Whatever, dude. It's really loud, actually. Can I continue? Just load, okay. I thought it was save. It said save right there. This is where we were. Inside everything was ready. A few pioneers stood here and there chatting. Tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. I looked around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came closer, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. My name was amongst the players. Semyon. And who came up with all of this? I petted Electronic, who was standing near. Is this us? Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jokingly. This made me uncomfortable to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago I thought I still had a slim chance to evade this tournament, but then I wouldn't have to fear Alyssa's revenge for not betting with her. But now that hope was gone. It was pure coincidence. Wait, what? How does it skip the dialogue? Am I clicking twice? Yeah, right, coincidence, except I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. Wait, what? How is it? But... why is there 2 arrows on this one? I don't get it. Well, there were a dozen other pioneers standing in the room. What? I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no window and doors. Will there be a prize? I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Yeah, 2 arrows mean fast forward, but why would there be a fast forward in a visual novel? That makes no sense. Electronic was just about to answer, then Ilyana came out of nowhere and started jumping around him. Prizes, prizes. I heard something about prizes. It's not the winning, but the taking part that counts. Why? Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. Okay, that's like... She made a wry face and jabbed Electronic in the ribs. That makes perfect sense, yeah. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. More like a shrug. Really, if they come up with this stupid game, at least they could have given the winner a chocolate medal or something. Liana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So what about the rules? Wait a bit, not everyone is here yet. I looked around the canteen. Elisa, Slavia, Lena, Miku and Shurik were there. It seems like everyone is here. Not everyone. Senja isn't here. Does he feel uneasy or is it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. Eskitoshi. Yeah, you do play it once and that is all. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something, I don't know. He can't go. He's the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga... Electronic wimped. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course, who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess. Okay. I dragged my feet towards the floor. Sällan sewor. Serious, please. Thank you for your donation, though. Please hurry. What's electronics' problem anyway? Night is coming soon. Like, isn't there enough Salt on stream already? Why do I have to play Salt and Sanctuary? Why? I was gonna take my time, so I slowly paced towards the library. Why? Making everyone wait. But I found Sonia before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench in the square, staring at Genda, who was silent as always. What are you doing here? Alright, Sirius. Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to go. She looked away. Why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. I surely didn't sound like myself there. A couple of days ago, I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Senya looked at me with surprise on her face. So everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I gestured with my arms, wondering. I don't know how to play cards, so what? Same problem here. Then how can you play? Wait. What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course. She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Senya smiled. Doesn't matter, it's just an example. Hey Blue 777777. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right. I agreed sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about that? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway. Obviously everyone has their weak spots. In a minute we both were back at the canteen. Everyone looked at the electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of a draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, he looked at me. Since the number of players is just 8, well, have just 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered. What are the prizes? The prizes, what are they? Ilyana cut it out. Slavia stepped forward and tried to catch Ilyana. I won't rest until the prize is mine. Seemed like this girl alone had enough energy to warp jump to Alpha Centauri. Alright, Skitoshi. Prizes, prizes. She repeated it over and over. Stop it. Slavia tried to reason with her. Electronics seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. Let's start already, I said calmly and added to Ilyana, or you won't get any prizes. Looks like my arguments got through to her, so she took her place. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. Squeaky chair. I approached the table and Lana sat behind. You don't mind? She looked up and blushed. Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself. And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? What? I sat down. Turns out we'll have to play the first round together. Yes. Finally, Electronic started to explain the rules. Look at the cards carefully. There are exactly 6 of them in front of you. I hope everyone here knows how to count. Now, you can look at them. After everyone had a look at their cards, Electronic moved on. The rules here are similar to poker. I hope everyone knows how to play. I knew the rules but wasn't so sure about the others. First of all, it's a top card, then 1 pair, then 2 pairs, then 3 of a kind. And so on. No flushes or straights though. In first round you choose a card which you would like to take from your opponent. In turn your opponent can choose to swap one of his cards around twice. What? Or he can choose not to do so if he doesn't need the card which you are taking. Take a note here and that your opponents can see which cards are trading places. I don't get it though. In the next step, opponent takes a card he chooses, and so on. I think it's pretty clear. It wasn't too clear to me, yeah. Hey listen, Einstein. Ilyana yelled at him from her table. I don't get a thing. You'll figure it out as we go. Electronic went to the table in the diagram, leaving Ilyana to smolder in solitude. I mean, look at those cards. But why? You go first. I hoped I could get my mind around the game fast enough. Lena, more perplexed than usual, reached out for my cards. In the middle of the table, her hand stopped. Will you? Oh yeah, I should be protecting my card. But what was it Electronic said? To try to confuse the opponent, I can swap 2 of my cards twice. Or I can choose not to. Should I protect it or not? By the way, I can also agree and give her the card she chose straight away. Otherwise Lena can change her mind and take another cards if she wants to. Or she might not. Yeah, that's our highest card, I guess. Oh, I can swap out. Let's just swap out this as well. Like, come on. Okay. Things were becoming clear. Yeah, look at those cards. I don't want to lose this card. This one is pretty. Or at least comprehensible. Now it's my turn. I can take back my card from her, or I can choose another one. Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna take this one. This is a 5. That's not high. I can choose either of these ones. Which is hopefully gonna be better than a 5. I mean, I also got 2 4s actually. If I can get another 4, that should be good. So I click that one. She can try to protect her card, but if I watch her closely, I can take the card I choose regardless of her movement. So now it's this one. Then it's that one. But why? It's only a 6 though. I made it. Yeah, but why would I want to have a 6 though? That's useless. That's just such a dumb game. Electronic, who was silently watching our game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we're getting somewhere. Now during the round, opponents trade cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes. Yeah. I chuckled, penetrate, hahaha. What's so funny? Oh, never mind. I tried to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment and then moved on. And then we turned the cards up to see whose hand is better. Electronic went back to his diagram. Yay! So we got 1 queen, 8. This is a good one. That's an ace. We'll just swap it with this one, I mean, YOLO. Yeah. This makes all kinds of sense, so yeah, let's just go. Why would you swap those out? I could just pick this one. Not too bad, I guess. Well, she knows what this one is, maybe. Unless... I don't know. That's fine, I guess. It's so odd, though. Like, you would play as real life much differently, I would think. Like, this is always the extra card, right? On the left. Let's just try to take this one. She doesn't want us to take it, though. Maybe. Let's just pick it. Yeah, we got this one. Alright, so let's just swap it out with our own card every time. So we got 2 queens. She takes an 8, that's fine. Does it go over here? Let's pick this one. Come on. It's a 9. How is that a fail? Because she has 2 pairs, like a 3 and 2 8s. Okay, well. Nice. Well, we failed. That was pretty good. It's still frustrating to lose anyway. I left the canteen. It was still too early to sleep, and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? What? But why? Well, I guess... Is this the dining hall where we were? I have no idea. Let's just go with scene, whatever that is. I decided to walk north, or at least in the direction that I believed it was. Hey Virgil. After several minutes, far ahead I saw a concert hall. Several rows of wooden benches and a similar wooden stage. Alright. I climbed onto the stage. So much varied musical equipment, loudspeakers, a microphone stand, and even a piano. I imagined that I was in front of a massive audience, shouting and chanting my name, my eyes hurting from the spotlights. Imagining a guitar in my hands, I tried to perform a loud and striking solo. I suppose it looked funny from a stranger's point of view, a weird guy swinging his arms on stage, jumping around like an ape and making faces. I hope no one can see me here. With that in mind, I jumped off the stage and hurried away. ... For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga must have been sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped and laid on the bed. When you think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I've spent the whole day doing useless stuff. I would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Yeah, because this is not the real world. Confirmed. Although I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only a few minutes left. As I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to the camp. For the first time in a long while, I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired. Psychologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to shove off, starting with my own thought. I wanted this mess somehow resolved by itself. Elisa Master, seriously? Or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I'll have to get used to it. So, just like that, I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distant. Perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Black screen. We made it to day 3. Do you know how many days there are, Selen? I mean, kinda curious. The night left a feeling of anxiety behind. I woke up exhausted, both physically and mentally. Really? Why did you sleep then? You already felt that before sleeping. It happens to me all the time. You see incredibly lucid images in your dream, as if you fell into a Hollywood blockbuster with a plot full of twists, well-paid actors and multi-million-dollar visual effects, and then you wake up in the morning without remembering a thing. Yeah. That's what I was trying to do, to restore the images shown by my relaxed brain, but that part of my memory was empty, either archived or formatted completely. At 7 AM according to the clock. I seem to be an early bird today. Olga Dimitrievna was still sleeping, wrapped tightly in her blanket. Wrapping so tightly in a hot summer? I got up, stretched, and went to the mirror to have a look at myself. I'd better shave. I mean, the time is always the same here. Strange idea, before twice a month was enough, but now nothing depends on the way I look. I don't get it though. I haven't found the razor anyway. Why do I even need it if I look like I'm 17 or at most? So, breakfast can't start earlier than 9. And this means I've plenty of time, which I can spend on walking and washing, for example. The water didn't seem as ice cold as the previous day. Yeah, it's 3:30 PM. This game doesn't know time. Or maybe time is convoluted. On the contrary, its refreshing coolness helps me to brace up and come back to reality. Whether all these events could be called real. The tooth powder didn't seem to be such an outdated thing. A quick thought struck me that it's not that different from toothpaste. Hey, Joe. When I returned to the cabin, Olga was already up. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her hair. Good morning, Semyon. Morning. Because of a lack of sleep, my head was still singing, and my thoughts were all jumbled together. However, I didn't regret waking up instead of my usual habit of sleeping in for 2 or 3 hours more. How come you got up so early? It just happened. And no neckerchief once again, let me. I'll do it myself, not a big deal. On my way to the canteen. I don't think so. Do it now. Did you forget about the lineup before breakfast? How could I ever forget? And what's the lineup going to be about today? We'll discuss the agenda for the day. So what's the agenda? Frankly speaking, I didn't care for what might be on the agenda or Courage's pioneer troop. I was mostly interested in where our brave leader will send our little pioneer army for the following 12 to 15 hours. Maybe I could manage to avoid enemy locations. You'll find out at the lineup. Yeah, that's what I would say as well. Like Lele. She gave me a wily smile. Lee. Or whatever that is. Olga Dimitrievna, you know, my stomach is getting upset. I'd rather... Well, you know, I believe that's okay to miss the lineup once. It could get all nasty if I fail to control it right there. What? Where did all this courage came from? You have 5 more minutes. I'm afraid I need more time. Could you tell me right now, please? Sure, I'll try, but just in case it all goes down. Oh, fine. On our list for today is cleaning the camp locations, organizing the books in the library, some other minor task, and of course, we have a ball in the evening. Watch yourself. You must take part in the camp activities today. You bet. Definitely, and now I'd rather. Come on, let's hit the road. I came out of the cabin and hid in the bushes behind it, waiting for Olga and me to leave. Actually, I didn't have any particular reason to behave this way, but the voice within me kept telling me that I have nothing to do at this lineup. GTA 5 loading is worse than Bloodborne loading. Yep, probably. ... There we go. I think that's the second one of today. After the camp leader left, I went back to the cabin and decided to wait for breakfast there. Well, I'm not planning on taking part in community life today. Cleaning up and organizing, that's not what someone in my situation should be doing. 2 days have passed and I'm still right where I started. Like, what are you supposed to be doing then other than that? All the residents seemed to be perfectly ordinary people. They weren't involved in any conspiracy, weren't communicating with aliens, and had no idea about time warps. Are you playing on the PlayStation 4 or something? Or PlayStation 3? For GTA 5? I mean, I'm assuming it's GTA 5. Maybe it's just stuck in loading though. Hey, the Nutax. Of course, each one of them is a bit peculiar, but those peculiarities do not seem out of line at all. Moreover, if I had met any of these pioneers in my familiar world, I wouldn't suspect anything wrong. They seem to be even more normal than natural. Let's say yours truly. This line of reasoning was quite logical. The illogical part was the absence of answers. Ordinary people in an extraordinary place. I've heard and seen that already somewhere. A dozen of pioneers or even more live their familiar lives and do their regular stuff day by day. They don't understand that the world around them is not what it looks like. Okay, but this is their point of view. As for me, I'm not acquainted with the world of Savionak camp and its residents, even if they seem to behave the way normal people would under the same circumstances. I have to decide here and now, are those people involved in what's happening to me? Can they give me any answers? Or do I have to seek the truth somewhere else? Idea 2. ... It seems I overdid it a bit with the thinking. There's no usual crowd of hungry pioneers near the canteen, or even inside the canteen. Most of them probably had their breakfast before 9 AM. How is that even possible? That's even better. Two's company, three's a crowd. Then I was sitting in the farthest corner of the canteen, lazily picking with her fork at an amorphous lump of vaguely resemblant porridge. Having a breakfast with her seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. The Nutax advanced level 6. Hey, pro gamer. Yeah, it's pretty close to 4K, but I don't know. It might take a while before I reach that. I mean, it's not up to me anyway, because someone else has to follow. And I'll be playing like the most boring games ever, so... there is no music currently. Having a breakfast with her seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. I already read that. Or at least try to have one. Thanks for the host, Pro Gamer. Why? I was on the way to her table when suddenly someone grabbed me by the sleeve. Senya, the librarian. Like, I'm pretty sure this whole game is just the guy dreaming. Get your meal and come, we need to talk. ... That's beautiful. At least I said ... The person I'm playing as. What are you waiting for? I was a bit confused. Pardon, isn't this a bit too sudden? What's wrong? Get your meal and sit down. I suppose that she considers her behavior completely normal. Fine, wait a minute. I didn't promise anyone anything, right? Sure, fine. Not sure why, but I accepted the invitation. Because I told you to. What if I can learn something new? She's such a bookworm. A minute later, I sat down in front of Zanya with a tray and a simple meal on it. Porridges, 2 eggs, 4 pieces of white bread, a sausage, and a glass of compote. Bon appetit. I forgot the accent aigu. Arigatou gozaimasu. I decided to act as politely as I could, but also eat more neatly without chomping and spilling crumbs of food, drops of compote. When is she dropping the clothes? I don't know. So, what do you want to talk about today at the library? Like, I'm even surprised that she wants to talk to me, or I guess she is not like that. It's more the thanks for the host, Sirius. On day 7. Wow, it's so far off. But there's this other bookworm girl as well. She's probably less likely to talk to my character. I wasn't listening from this point onwards. I immediately recalled Orgo and Dimitrivna words about the scheduled events for today. Don't forget! Oh, what? I said don't forget to visit the library after lunch. For what? Were you even listening? No? I admit it honestly. Senya's face turned red, then appeared green, then took on a soft purple color. Today, after lunch, you, in the library. Got it, Dunge? Yeah, that's exactly what you said, what I said though, yeah. What kind of curse is that? I have no idea. Though a pioneers must never use a curse word. How could I forget this rule? Oh yeah, sure, I apologize. Of course, I'll be there. That's what I wanted to say. Actually, I wasn't really planning to go anywhere, but if you want to make someone speak, you need to sacrifice a bit first. By the way, what year is it now? I totally lost count. I decided to play fair. She looked at me perplexedly and answered, have you gone completely bananas? Honestly, that's how I felt for the last few days. Senya didn't reply. So what year is it? I smiled kindly. Listen, why don't you visit the infirmary? Will they tell me what year it is there? Oh, certainly, and even more. Senya stood up and headed to the exit. Wait, you didn't finish your meal. But it looks like she won't come back. Yeah, bananas for breakfast is pretty good. Ah well. I was finishing chewing up on the sausage, which started like a twisted pear cable, which tasted like a twisted pair cable. Okay. I wonder if they have internet access here. I guess not. A pioneer sitting on the next table noticed me talking to myself and stared at me. I smiled and waved to him in return. Just smile and wave. After such a friendly greeting, he, for some reason, left the canteen quickly without finishing his breakfast. Like, what does it even mean? Like, I'm pretty sure I still have the key to the canteen, which I should have maybe given to someone, but yeah. Done with the food, it's time to search for some clues. I mean, I remember that. Sometime later, I finally came to the infirmary. Like, what? I have nothing to do in that place. Though the nurse seemed quite caring, it's better to keep a distance from her. Such benevolence is actually scary. She may know something, but I just hadn't the courage to enter the infirmary. Moreover, I had no reason to. Yeah, like, why are you even going here in the first place? Obviously, it's a trap. Not a single one. Immersed in my own thoughts, I hadn't noticed the nurse who was standing on the porch. Hi there, Pioneer. She came closer. See, now there's music. You must be sick. Did you come for medicine? No, I was just wandering around. Oh, a truant, I see. But if you're here, I have a serious task for you. I gave her a look of inquiry. The word task made me feel uneasy. It sounded like something inevitable. The nurse smiled spitefully. You both will help me to make an inventory of the supplied medicine, which arrived today. Both? Who are we? Perhaps I misheard. But what word could I confuse with both? Hi. It's Lena. Lena emerged from behind the nurse's back. It seems strange that I didn't notice her until now. Come here after dinner. I've explained everything to Lena. She will tell you what to do. Medicine, huh? Supplied today. Well, yeah, it's obviously better to get information secondhand, but Olga Dmitrievna told me that no bus would arrive in the next couple of days. So there were visitors to our camp today. Yes, they arrived from the city this morning. Why are you asking? Just curious. Alright then, Pioneer. So tonight after dinner, you'll be here. Maybe Lena was barely noticeable at this whole time. What is going on in chat? Surely she's able to remain invisible like a skilled ninja. I could do it on my own. No way. There are a lot of boxes. And the Pioneer is always ready. Isn't that so, Pioneer? She gazed at me and smiled menacingly. Hey, getting darker. Just buy a body pillar, yeah. I don't want to spend the whole evening doing something like this, and also I've got more important things to do. But rejecting this request would be really improper. Why? I don't get it. If it wasn't Lena who was standing there, I would definitely think my way out. Well, okay, we'll just go with the... We'll just go with the character's thoughts then. I guess he cares about Lena. Nice. That's how a true pioneer should answer. Even after these words, I barely came a step closer to the be prepared, always prepared motto. Then you can go. I looked at Lena, who was still staring at the ground. I guess all the time she spent staring at the ground was enough to learn everything there is to know about the life and habits of different insects. Plus, Lena likes to read, so she probably read about biological, botanical, and so on books. Perhaps she wants to become an entomologist. Yeah, definitely. ... Every time when there's ... you take a shot. That's the rules. Where will you head next? Lena's words drew me away from the obscure thoughts. We'd been standing at the square for some time, and my speculations about Bug's life were only an attempt to escape this awkward situation. I mean, I didn't actually say that, right? I just thought it. Though, why did I see it as awkward? Just don't forget, alright? Don't forget what? Well, tonight after dinner at the infirmary. Her face got a slightly grumpy look to it. No way, that's impossible. Alright. Right after dinner, I'm at your service. I thought too late at my words. Lena blushed even harder. I need to find a way to ease the situation. Why did the nurse ask you to do it? I don't know. I was just sitting on the bench and reading a book. Then she came and ... It's smart to ask a reliable person who would never say no. Ha! Alright, okay. Well then, after dinner. Okay. I'll be off then. Yeah, sure. I mean, the ... don't even count if they're at the end of a sentence. But if there's only ... on the screen. But if it's a black screen and there's ... it's probably 2 shots. She walked off somewhere besides the clubs, and it just stood at the square for some time. So, what's next? I decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. He has a phone? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. I wonder how many days this phone is gonna carry on without losing battery. Though having a wristwatch is much easier, yeah. Suddenly I heard a different tune which was cutting through the usual noise of the camp. I listened to it carefully. It sounds like an electric guitar. 3 repeating chords, no more. But this melody still felt somehow warm, as if a vacuum tube-based audio amplifier was used. I mean, they have to actually have electricity, because there was yeah. Could there be such a luxury here? The sound was definitely coming from somewhere near the stage area. Yeah, it's that's what it looked like to me as well, that the character was face palming, but it's actually just pushing his glasses up his nose. I think, yeah. It has to do with the glasses. Yeah, I think I read that. I wonder who that could be. I guess I should take a look because I'm super curious about music. Coming to the stage area, I caught sight of Elisa on the stage. Right. The girl was giving it all. With her eyes closed, she played one of her legs upon the speaker and was swaying her body with the rhythms of the music. I couldn't recognize the melody, but I was pretty sure that I'd heard it before. Probably something from Soviet rock. I could have named a dozen bands this genre right off the bat, but I was hardly an expert. Also, Leaf Blower's Hype. The song seemed really simple, literally just a 3-chord progression. Probably even I could have played it, given some time to practice. I wonder when Elisa got her playing skills. I mean, this guy is constantly contradicting himself even. Like, look at the lines, it just doesn't add up. The song is really simple. Probably even I could have played it. And then he says, I wonder where she got her skills. Yeah. In the USSR, such music had never been nationally acclaimed. Hey Richard. The future rock star wasn't taking any notice of me. It was like she was trying to become one with the music, to resound in every note, in every bar, in every triplet. Rock heroes of the 80s constantly came to my mind. Many of them were devoted to the music in similar ways. If she got dressed in something more suitable for that period's fashion instead of her pioneer uniform, no one would notice the difference. Our performance was coming to an end. Picking out a last couple of chords, Alyssa finally noticed me. Did you like it? She doesn't seem as surprised as I would have expected. Yeah, that was cool. As if I could do any better. Smiled Elisa slyly. Who said anything about doing it better? Yeah, exactly. I'm not a pro in music. No doubt. No Doubt is a band, you know? Yep. I didn't know what to tell her next and was heading on my way. Well, you could have told her that No Doubt is a band. Wait a minute, what? Heard about the evening dance party? I thought it was a ball. Ball, dance party, what's the difference? She frowned. The new Skyrim is filled with glitches. Exactly as any Bethesda game, you know? Yes, I did, and so what? Are you going to? After throwing these words, she turned away. I'm not sure, and you? What am I going to do there? Watch a herd of morons? There was some truth in Elisa's word, but this open disrespect surprised me. It's clear that it's not the idea of a ball that she hates. But why? What do you mean by why? Well, why don't you want to come? Dance parties ought to be fun. You really think so? Annoyance flashed in her face. I don't know. But I thought that you would. Never liked them. She interrupted me. There's absolutely nothing to do at such parties, I see. So what's your plan then? I asked, just to keep the conversation going. I'll just carry on practicing. Right. What are you practicing? The song. You just heard it. Elisa has gone totally mad. A few more wrong questions and I will have to run for my life. Who wrote that song? I did. So you wrote it by yourself? By myself. Cool. An awkward silence hung in the air. Tell her you're a manager and want to boost her behind stage. Okay then. Don't you want to listen? Didn't I just hear it? That's not what I meant. She pouted. The whole song is just a jam for now. Oh, come on, do it then. Not right now. Well, don't do it then. I felt uncertain about what she wanted from me. You mean, you don't want me to play? Seems like I frustrated her. I got ready for her to smash the guitar. I think they forgot a space there. On my forehead, or something even worse. But there was only an upset expression on Lisa's face. I want to, I told you. Come here tonight then, I'll play it for you. For me? How cute. Tonight is the dance party. You said that you wouldn't go. I didn't say that. Frankly speaking, I didn't want to go, but messing around with the chair was no good either. Olga Dmitrievna won't like it. Screw her. Did he just say Dvoche? Screw her, said Elisa, getting steamed up. No, I won't come. All of this wasn't really what I planned. Oh, screw off. Now that I was really interested myself, she collected her disapproval and turned away. I was just wondering if the decision I made was the right one, when suddenly I was interrupted by a ringing calling the pioneers for lunch. I looked towards the canteen. I suppose it's time to go. Hunger is a sharp thorn. I turned around with an intent to call Elisa to come along, but she looked so cheerless and down. Every musician should know when it's time to leave. Tu-chan. Yeah? I grumbled under my breath. ... With a completely black screen. Now this is definitely a shot. Who is marching forward in a row? It is our pioneer squad. Pioneers in a row usually march to the canteen in the Saviona camp. I was looking at a place where no one would disturb me, like what happened before, just so that I can eat in peace, and for that I have to at least not be the last one to come. But I was pretty sure whatever happened here happens whether I want it to or not. The canteen was crammed as full as an egg. Olga Dmitrievna was standing at the entrance, guarding it like a hawk. Well, Semyon, were you working hard today? Hard enough. Well done, truly well done, and the hardest is yet to come. I just bet. Fine, take a seat next to the girls. She pointed at the table next to the pillar. Slavia, Ilyana, and Lena were already sitting there. Not bad company, at least not the worst. I got my meal and went up to them. Do you mind if I sit here? I caught myself sounding a bit clueless. There were no other free places anyway. No, of course not. Please do. Lena remained silent. Today the meal consisted of a plate of borscht. The best chasing scene is incoming? I suspected there was some meat lurking in it, but I had no evidence. Some paltry. Chances are chickenus domesticus with fried potatoes and a traditional glass of compote. I found myself liking the local food more and more. I guess I just came to the conclusion that I just skipped some dialogue. That I have no other choice, which means that there's no use in complaining. Thank God there's something to eat. Like what? Coming to the ball tonight? I don't know. He'll come. He got nowhere to go. Ilyana said happily. Borscht. You will come for sure. Of course, I can't miss the opportunity to watch you make a fool of yourself. Ha! She got it right, so I decided not to reply. And what about you? I asked Lena. Yes. She replied briefly. See, you should go too then, said Flavia as if leaving me no choice. Don't forget to wear your tailcoat. Apparently Ilyana was so pleased with her joke that she laughed out loud. But I really had nothing to wear. My wardrobe was just a Pioneer uniform and my winter clothes, which would be inappropriate even in the evening. And what will you be dressed in, entertainer? Secret. Let's just save the game. I mean, whatever. Secrets. Will it be a little dress? Just like in a kindergarten's matinee? Ilyana turned red. Looks like I managed to offend her. No, I will wear a biohazard suit just so I don't catch an infection from you. I wonder what kind of infection are you afraid to catching from me? None of you guys don't quarrel. Idiocy, of course. Looks like Ilyana was highly pleased with her, as she thought brilliant answer again. You know, if you already have the flu, you can't catch a cold. What? You can play that game, yeah. What are you implying? Oh, nothing at all. I looked away slightly. Do you mean that? You went red again. I don't mean anything. Yeah, of course not. Guys? Given that it was Lena who interfered, it probably really was time to stop. You're asking for it. You're gonna get it. What? You'll finally wise up? Yeah, definitely gonna stop there. Instead of replying, Ilyana grabbed her plate filled with borscht and tipped it over my head. What? This game met an unexpected finale. Kellerslussel. Yeah. Oh, you little. She jumped up and tried to run away. But this time she won't get away. I grabbed her hand. Like, we actually do see the character for the first time as well. It's not what I'm interested in though. And now what? I can't just smash her head against the table. This phantom mind lasted a few seconds. Suddenly Ilyana skillfully grabbed a glass full of compote and smashed it in my face. That way she managed to get free of my grip. She dashed off towards the counter and I chased her. This resulted in several flipped tables, a pile of smashed tableware, 5 pioneers, crippled by various injuries, and full exhaustion of both parties. A draw, sort of. A belligerent draw. Hey Bronze. A belligerent draw. What does it even mean? With too much belligerence. We stood there, before each other, breathing heavily. Tell me you won't behave this way again. And you? Olga Dmitrievna snuck up on us from behind. What do you think about it? When you think about it, such a riot couldn't go unnoticed. Well, are you satisfied with yourself now? Her voice appeared to be calm, but I was sure she was just about to explode. And who would clean up all this mess? Exactly what happened. Who? I'm asking you, who? Him. You want chase? Maybe I've made the wrong decisions. Now I don't get the chase. Replied Taliana with complete confidence. Her? I objected less confidently. Both. The camp later brought a conclusive end to this ongoing argument actually, but I guess that's an agreement then eventually. Generally, I wasn't sure that my share of the blame is more than hers, although Ilyana didn't have a drop of guilt on her face. Beat it. I'm not cleaning. Ain't nobody got time for that. This is his fault. He started it at first. No, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. I'm not going to sort out all the nonsense. Samuel, go grab a mop, a bucket, some cloths, you know, that kind of stuff in the closet, and as for you, she looked at Ilyana with such a burning gaze that I felt a bit sorry for the girl. You started to pick up the broken tableware immediately. Olga Dmitrievna took a deep breath and continued. You're nothing but trouble. How many times have I told you? I decided to skip the lecture and went to the closet that appeared to be near the exit. Suddenly a perfect idea flashed in my head. Why don't I just run away? Sure, Olga Dmitrievna has caught us already, but I'm not the one to blame. Of course, I'm not that true pioneer she keeps talking about, but in comparison to Ilyana, anyway, she's the principal culprit. It's not like I have nothing to do better to do than cleaning up the mess here. I have to seek answers. The truth is out there, somehow flashed through my mind. I have no idea what kind of obligations I have at this point. No idea. Like, there was something I had to do after lunch, and then there was something I had to do after dinner. Let's just go. Running away is hardly a good idea. For starters, Olga has caught me already, and dashing off would only aggravate my punishment. As well as that, I was indeed partially guilty. Of course it was all her fault. Yeah, like, don't tell me that is not contradicting one sentence after the other. But if I hadn't reacted like that, probably we could have avoided this trashing. Probably, but yeah, you have stuff in your hair because this girl just poured it all over you. I opened the cabinet and took out the broom, a mop, and a dustpan. That's not what you're supposed to be getting, I'm pretty sure. Look at that. A mop, a bucket, some cloths. A mop, a broom, and a dustpan. No. Olga Dmitrievna wasn't anywhere near Ilyana by the time I returned. She's gone. Can't you see for yourself? Ilyana looked upset. All her youthful spirit vanished from without a trace. Okay, wait a sec. I'll go and wash myself a bit first. I shot her an angry glance and headed towards the exit. I washed the scraps of lunch off myself and returned to the canteen. Well, no escaping it. We have to clean it up. It's all because of you. Just a simple gaze from her eyes from her gave me the creeps. Of course it is. It's me who's guilty of everything. It's me who's a local natural hazard. Oh, shut up. Still, it's kind of strange that she's not trying to avoid this cleanup duty. Ilyana had a solid opportunity to just run away, leave me alone, but somehow she did the exact opposite, diligently gathering broken plate fragments, mopping the floor, picking up chairs and tables. In fact, she was so fast that I had a thought. Tough time keeping up with her. Well now, aren't you suddenly acting all goody-goody? It's not like I want to spend the whole day here, you dork. She still sounded irritated. Listen, you've got to understand that you can't behave like that. At least not to such extent. For some reason I decided to try and give her a moral lecture. I haven't done a thing. It was you who was calling me names. Ilyana grabbed a bucket and a mop and went to the farthest corner of the canteen. Looks like she's still angry. Well, of course, after what you said there. Looking back at the mountain of broken tableware, I finally began to understand the scope of the catastrophe. Calamity. We're lucky that, at least, the forks and spoons were made of metal. We still have something to eat with. But there are hardly any plates left. Hey. Ilyana called me with a shout. I went over to her. I don't get it. Why do you hate me so much? Her face became so serious that I was ready to believe that it wasn't just yet another trick of hers. Why do you think so? I have no idea. That's exactly why I'm asking you. I don't hate you, it's just that sometimes you behave like, well, you know, simple as that, but still true. Like what? I have no idea. She lifted her gaze to me, boiling with curiosity. Well, for starters, what's the big deal in pouring compote all over me? You were asking for it. She smiled for the first time since we started cleaning. Yeah, sure. I heaved a deep sigh. So, what do you expect from others then? Nothing, she replied acidly. This discussion was over, so I just continued cleaning up in silence. ... It took us a few hours to fix up the canteen. Wow. At least all the broken tableware was gone. Chairs and tables were in their designated places. The floor looked clean. We were sitting together with Ilyana next to the food counter, breathing heavily, deservedly resting. Now you see how much effort has to be put in because of a silly trick. but I'm not tired at all, though the sweat pouring down her face told the opposite story. Oh well, good for you. So, what are we gonna do next? I don't know about you, but I'd rather go. No, that's not all. You have to... She hesitated. To help me with another little thing. Thinking of another silly prank? You bet. She was smiling broadly. I'm not your man here. I'm more than fed up with just one punishment for today. Okay, here's the deal. If you help me now, there won't be any more pranks. Sure, that was an inviting prospect, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to trust Ilyana even for a moment. Well, it couldn't hurt to ask. So what is your cunning plan? We're gonna steal the candy. But why? What? Should have expected something like that. Candy is for kids. Soon the chef will go out to dump the trash. Nobody's gonna see us. Count me out. Ah, whatever. She grunted and turned away. That I'll do it myself. And I won't allow... Yeah, I won't allow... I couldn't even finish the sentence, as Ilyana already jumped over the counter, ran to the cabinet, opened the door and started rummaging through it. Hey, cut that. It's not like you haven't got enough problems with Olga Dmitrievna. Candy for Halloween, yeah. She didn't reply. You won't get away with just cleaning duty for something like that. Oljana closed the cabinet. Just come on. She held a huge bag of candy in her hand. Ah, you little, put it back. She stuck out her tongue at me and dashed off through the back door. I couldn't just leave it like at that. I darted off in pursuit. Sure, the girl had quite a head start. But I still funneled all my energy into the chase. I won't lose her again. We ran through the square, turned at the music club building, and came out into the forest trail. I'd almost caught Ilyana when she stopped abruptly. I couldn't pull up as sharply, so I crashed into her, sending us sprawling. Hey, Option. We rolled down onto the grass. Gotcha. I gave a victorious shout. No, you didn't, she replied with a ashamed tone, while Yana was lying underneath me. Her face was right next to mine. I felt her erratic breathing and the heat of her body. Sure, right now she's only a child, but soon enough she'll become a woman. This was pretty embarrassing. You gonna rape me? Question mark. She sat coming back to her senses. You want me to? Anyway, it was more like a game to her. Sure do. I gave a cunning smile and snorted quietly. Or was it just my imagination? I'm not really in the mood. Ah, whatever. Ileana reached up and bit me on the nose. I wasn't expecting that and even pulled back a little. Just a moment of hesitation was enough for her to wrestle out and run a dozen feet away. Watch it. You're gonna regret this later. She laughed out loud and disappeared into the woods. The candy bag was left lying on the ground near me. I wonder if she dropped it on purpose. It's getting near dinner time, so I had to hurry up and return the candy. I mean, time passes so fast though. Okay, so it was dinner time. We made a mess. We cleaned up for 2 hours. Or a couple hours. How late can it possibly get? Near dinner time, yeah. Because this is only a short chase sequence, unless... And preferably, very preferably, stay under the radar. Of course I'll explain the situation. It was Ileana who had stolen them. But who's gonna believe me? Olga Dmitrievna was already waiting for me at the entrance of the canteen. Good job, Semyon. On what? I hid the bag of sweets behind my back. On cleaning this shit up. The bag was transparent and too big to put it in my pocket. I was talking about the cleanup. Everything is clean and tidy. Well, yeah. And where's Ileana? I wish I knew. She will come soon. Okay then, go and have your dinner. I entered the canteen. To my utter lack of surprise, it was full. Yep. There's a lot of girls and 2 guys. Now, I really don't know how to return the bag without being noticed. Sure, I could do it in the evening, but what do I do with it now? Semyon. I turned around. Slavia was in front of me. Whoa, what's that? She looked at the bag that I did manage to hide in time. Caught red-handed, or more like sweat-handed. Time to prepare for a scolding. These are sweets. Where from? I stole them, damn it. Got them from Ileana. Oh, I see. Some old song. Same old song and dance? What do you mean? It's not the first time she's stolen sweets. And why am I not upset? Let me handle this. Thanks. Slavia saves the day yet again. Saved. What? Why you post this picture, Solon? She took the bag and headed to the buffet. I had no desire to listen what she was going to say while returning the sweets, so I started to look around the canteen looking for a place to sit. It seems that I have to share a dinner table with Electronic and Shurik, which are 2 dudes. There were no more places to sit. What's happening, gentlemen? Every time I had to deal with them, I got an itching desire to tease them, or at least to drop some cheeky or cocky banter. It might be too risky to behave that way, but the Electronic brothers were my primary source of positive emotions. What? How are you doing? Fine, what about you? Hits and misses. Did something happen? Lots of stuff? Mind sharing? Nah, some other time maybe. Suit yourself. He made a helpless gesture. We're going to the ball after dinner. Electronic giggled. What? I know that. Who would you want to ask out? I didn't thought about it yet. What about you? It seemed that this question caught him off guard. Ask Ilyana, that would make her happy. No thanks. Electronic furiously waved his hand. And you, Shurik, you gotta ask Alyssa out. Thanks, I'll pass. He looked calmer than his mate. Oh, come on, guys, it'd be fun. And in any case, we've got things to do. We still have to finish the robot. Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Ask your robot out. Can it dance? It can't even walk yet. Shurik probably missed the point completely. Can you fap to this? Well, maybe. I mean, you could fap to anything. Why? It would be a great demonstration of our achievements in front of the camp. And what would we show to them? Yeah, you're right. They both stared at their plates disappointedly. ... Well, you're not allowed to post porn on Twitch because that's against the terms of service. ... again. ... again. Yeah. Can you post your selfies? I don't think it's a good idea to do that, because it's not advisable to share personal information. I think it was a triple ... Dinner was over and the pioneers started to despair. What will you wear for the ball? I asked Yorick and Electronic. We don't have anything special to wear, we'll go as we are. He indicated his pioneer uniform. They don't seem to care about their appearance at all. I don't know. Well, why should I care then? Wearing my winter clothes isn't an option, so it's just... I'll just go like this. When does it start? After 9 o'clock. Got it. But I've already said that I was gonna clean up at the... or whatever, do chores at the infirmary. They'll come to make love to you, yeah. That's the worst thing that could happen. I left the canteen and deeply inhaled the fresh evening air. I remembered those rare dances I used to go to at school. Hesitation, insecurity, even fear. I couldn't dance. I mean, let me just check out this. That's a triple ... here. I thought it was, but yeah, it is exactly a triple ... I couldn't dance. I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. I wouldn't dare to invite someone myself. All in all, I felt pretty uncomfortable about it, and it was even more unpleasant to watch others having fun. It wasn't envy, more like it was a disconcerting feeling that people were able to enjoy something so odd for me. I thought that there was still lots of time till the ball, so I could sleep a little to be fresh in the evening. Entering the camp's leader's cabin, I flopped onto the bed instantly and shut my eyes. Wow. Good job. dot to dot. With a completely black screen. Strangely enough, I got up right on time, even without an alarm. The clock was showing 9. Such a rare thing to happen. I felt sluggish though. If I would wake up at 9, and I was supposed to be somewhere at 9, I would say that I woke up too late. Although I don't really take a lot of time to prepare to go for places. If I would wake up at the exact same time that I was supposed to arrive, then definitely would say too late. Probably it wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day after all. Well, I have to go. In a couple of minutes I was standing at the square. The loudspeaker and some DJ equipment were installed near the monument, and the trees were decorated with light strings. A typical country ball. A lot of pioneers were around, but no familiar faces, so I just sat on a bench and waited. I don't have to dance after all. Maybe I'll be able to just sit and chat with someone. Okay, I'm also wondering what are the other pioneers wearing then? Something special or just a regular clothes? Hey there, sad face. Ilyana. Here to suggest something? Come on, let's dance. It's way too early. There isn't even any music yet. Where's rapeable Ilyana still in the woods? Bah, you're so boring. Yeah, I'm not the merriest person for such an event. She ran away. So Ilyana did wear something like an evening dress. Pretty funny. Hi, Slavia. Hey. She sat down on my side. How's the evening? Fine. Why are you so sad? I'm not. Okay, well, dancing will surely cheer you up. Maybe. Don't forget to save one dance for me. She laughed and ran towards the music equipment. The situation was getting serious. I wouldn't be able to sit through the whole dance party. Hi. Lena came closer. Oh hi, you're here too. Is that such a wonder? Yes. Okay. Gonna light this party up? The joke fell flat. Dot to dot. Lena blushed and looked down. Well, maybe that's not the best idea, setting things on fire. Okay, then I guess I'll... yeah. She left. Dot to dot. It looks like the whole camp was at the square. The pioneers formed large groups, talked, joked around and laughed. At the DJ panel, Ilyana argued loudly with Olga Dimitrievna about the playlist for the evening. And here it is. The music started to play. I didn't know the band or the song, but I just asked. If you ask me, it really felt that I'd tag it Soviet pop classics. The pioneers just stood there for some time as if not hearing the music. Sirius advanced to level 46. It's always hard to take the first step, especially if you're pretty sure that you'll be the only one who would take it. Ilyana seemed to not grasp the simple truth. Why? She reached the center of the square with few bounds and cried out loud. What are you standing around for? And started to wiggle ridiculously. Wiggle is the exact word. You couldn't find a better one. It looked so silly and funny that I couldn't resist laughing. She noticed it. Hey, Savian. I pretended I couldn't hear her. Stop pretending, come over here. I kept ignoring her. The pioneers slowly realized that they weren't too sexy for this party and started to dance. It looked really silly from my point of view. Shaking one's arms and legs to the beat of a long forgotten hit. Come on, get real. Of course, I couldn't dance at all, but this thing couldn't be called a dance either. Hey Semyon, what are you sitting there for? Don't you want to dance? I was so deep in thought that I hadn't even noticed Slavia. Not really. Are you sure? She smiled. Maybe later. Damn, what am I even doing here? One more invitation to dance would completely ruin my plight. Started to think about an appropriate excuse to leave and was looking for the moment to do so, but then I saw Lena. And yeah, this is exactly also because Lena and I were supposed to clean up or help at the infirmary, and we're not. She was slowly heading my way. Maybe we should go. Where to? I was so immersed in my thought that I hadn't really get what she meant. To the infirmary. Alright then. But if you want to stay here and dance, I'd hoped she was going to dance. Lena had stood aside the whole evening. No, I'll pass. Okay. Let's go. At least I won't have to stand here like a shy nerd. Seriously, trying to conceal myself in the corner wasn't very pleasant. A bull in a china shop would be more agile than me on the dance floor. I didn't have the slightest intention of dancing in the first place. Well, shall we go to the infirmary? Lena brought me out from my thoughts. We'd been just standing near the canteen for some time. Yeah, sure, thank you. What for? She looked at me in surprise. Well, for getting me out of there. I shouldn't have told her that dancing is not my thing. It's, you know, so boring here. Fear 0, advanced level 2. Seems to me you don't like dancing. There was not a trace of sarcasm on her truthful, even childlike voice. Seems like she really doesn't understand. What does she not understand then? I don't get this. Yes, don't like it at all. I'm not into it. Me too. No one ever invites me to dance. Lena blushed and stared at the ground, as usual. Strange. What's strange? Well, that no one ever invites you. You think so? Again, she looked at me with an expression of surprise and a lack of understanding. Doot doot doot. I got confused and couldn't find what to say in return right away. Yes, certainly. If I liked dancing, I would have invited you for sure. Thanks. We didn't say a word for the rest of the way. Lena obviously felt too confused by my awkward compliment, and I just didn't know what topic to choose for a conversation. It was completely dark by the time, and the gloomy building of the infirmary, covered in the night mist, looked strangely like a haunted house. I felt a strong desire to turn around and walk away without making any noise. I threw a glance at Lena and noticed that she looked like usual, shy, modest, uncertain, but not in any way scared. It just made me even more uncomfortable. It can't be that she is not scared while I... Suddenly an owl hooted nearby and I shivered. Lena seemed either to not hear it, not pay attention to it, or just not be scared by it at all. I hardly could believe the third option, but I didn't want to ask her about it, giving away my own fear. I entered the infirmary and found a switch in the dark. Will the nurse come later? She won't come. Okay, she won't come, understood. Wait a second. What do you mean she won't come? Ah, I see. It's not that I'm afraid to be alone with Lena. Indoors. At night. With no one around. Only in movies does something happen. Under such circumstances. Is it just that I am with Lena and not with Liliana or Slavia? And it seriously changed my attitude towards things happening. There are the boxes. She pointed at the messy stack of boxes. There were about a dozen of them. It would take much more than 10 minutes of work. I put one of the boxes on the table before me and started to take out its contents. There were bandages, lots of little packs of bandages. Here, take this. Lena gave me a piece of paper. There were some fields, and I quickly realized that I should put the name in the left, the description in the middle, if there is one, and the quantity in the right field. Is that the Everlasting Summer fan art? And there's even more. Great. Yeah, let's go. It's not a database, but I'll do it. The work started in full swing. Semyon. What? I looked at Lena. She stared at me for a couple of moments, seemingly making up her mind to do or to say something, but then lowered her gaze again. No, never mind. It was physically hard for me to just sit without saying a word. However, I didn't dare to speak first, not only because I couldn't think of a good topic of conversation, but that I was just feeling shy. This girl could easily be embarrassed by anything. Semyon, yes? You're counting them all over again. Indeed, I had started to take out and put into the database the bandages I had already counted. Oh, sorry. She didn't answer. Hey, where are you from? I mean, where did you come from? Meaning, where were you born? I mean, where do you live? Well, It's not fap art. There is a town not far from here. Not far from here, where is that? Somewhere. Looks like she doesn't want to talk about it. Is Lena hiding something too? Is it explicable in the case? It is explicable in the case of Olga Dmitrievna, but in Lena's case, it is absolutely not like her. Is it a secret? No. Just... So it's something... So it is somewhere in the south too. Shouldn't have thought of... I should have thought of something more original. Every single one of my sudden ideas turned out the wrong way, and this attempt to play spy worked out even worse. That's fab art, right? Let's see. And I thought about South just because the only pioneer camp of the Soviet Union I remember was Artsakh. Yes, well. Then I hesitated to reply. I couldn't quite tell if she was lying or not. Yeah, probably lying. Don't you like it here? I wonder what part of what I said made her think so. Absolutely not, I like it here. My false friendliness sounded very insincere, grating on the ears. What about you? I like it. It's so calm here. There are lots of books in the library. And the people are nice. Nice, but not all of them. Why? Did I really say that last bit out loud? Turns out I did. Well, you know, Eliana, for example, she's like an energizer battery with a completely unbalanced point of power application. Battery, what? Maybe I really was sent back in time. Never mind. Or Alisa, the saying a pioneer is the kid's role model certainly doesn't describe her. If everyone started following her example, it would be a complete disaster for the country in 20 years or so. However, thinking about it now, you can draw the conclusion that everybody did follow the example of Alisa Dvorchevskaya in the 80s, where I probably am right now. She's not like that, actually. Not like that? Not like what? Not like what you said about her. To begin with, I hadn't said anything. I just stated the fact that she is not the best example to follow. Well, maybe. Sounds like you know her well, though. Probably. I asked that question only to keep the conversation going. Didn't expect an answer like that. Alisa and Lena were so different, the idea that they would be close even was unbelievable for me. We came from the same town, as if she had foreseen my question. We have common friends even though Alisa is 1 year older. Okay, it's a little bit strange. Oh, not like that, I'm just surprised. Everyone gets surprised. Lena smiled a bit. I took the second box. Anal Genium. Activated charcoal. Anal. What? The what? Lena always spoke in simple sentences. How can I communicate with her in every conversation. If every conversation turns into a monologue or just an awkward silence, it wasn't quite satisfied. I wasn't quite satisfied with such a state of things. Sometimes it looked like she's hiding something behind her mask of shyness. But what? You know, I read a book not too long ago. Do you like science fiction? Not much. Damn, another failure. Well, if you don't like it, then what books do you like? Different kinds. The conversation wasn't going smoothly, and I had to turn it off for the better. Who knows why, but I thought about the dance again. Feeling of uneasiness, discomfort, and even shame overwhelmed me once again. Looks like I am not that different from Lena. When it comes to such thing, I'm shy and not afraid of things I don't understand or can't do. I should probably overcome my own fears before anything else. And this will help me to understand her better. I've made up my mind. There are only a couple of boxes left, yes. Hey, I got an idea. How about we go to the canteen afterwards? I think the tape recorder was broken back there. What? What is it doing in the canteen? I hesitated. What for? Her sincere look made it clear that she hadn't the slightest idea what I was going to offer. Well, frankly speaking, I just don't know how to dance. That's why I don't like it. That's the reason I was so confused back there. Maybe I could thank you by dancing with you. But She stopped sorting out the medicine for a moment, blushed and looked right into my eyes. I got bit stubborn. What does this sentence even means? It really was a stupid idea. It's okay if you don't want to. I don't insist. What if someone sees us? I certainly didn't think about that. It's not a big deal, but everyone is asleep already, and no one is going to go to the canteen at night. How will we get in there? I should have thought about it beforehand. Well, I did have Slavia's keys, but didn't want to mention it. Someone could get the wrong idea about me stealing them. That moment I regretted that I still didn't get my cell phone from the leader's cabin. Anyway, I had to say something to get away from this awkward topic. What kind of music do you like? Different kinds. I'm not really into it. Now let's imagine that it's playing now. I mean, that we hear it playing. How's that? Like it plays in your head. I still remember the melody the pioneers were dancing to. The music and words were really clear in my memory. I'm not sure I can do it. You can just try. Probably. I've got her consent. In Lena's case. Even that probably can be considered yes. ... We silently sorted medical supplies for the rest of the time, writing down their names and quantities. Like what? I don't get it. Alright, I should pay more attention to every word I say after such luck. I stayed silent most of the time though. Soon we finished the last box. I gave Lena the filled-in list and started to stare at her, like I saw Bigfoot riding a unicycle while juggling piglets. Yeah. It was amazing, frightening, and above all, mesmerizing. She suddenly broke out laughing. What? That look of yours, what about it? It's just funny, really. Yes, so where are we going to go? Where? Her last words unsettled me. I completely forgot what we were talking about. Frankly speaking, I had completely left this world for a moment. Well, you know, to dance. Then I blushed right away, and her face took on a strange expression of shyness, uneasiness, and fear. Oh yes, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Let's go to the pier. I don't know why I chose that place, maybe because you could run into the Pioneer. You could run into a Pioneer at the square, in the residential area or near the canteen, but not on the pier. That's what I thought at least. Or maybe because of the large bright moon reflecting on the water in the night. And it is a full moon today. I don't know how, but this situation just offers itself. If you don't like it, then we can. No, that's a really nice place. Maybe to drown her later, yeah. This is, yeah, interesting. So Lena has the key for the infirmary. What is this even? Is this a cat face? What? Lena locked the door and we made our way to the pier. Night fell on the sleeping camp. Should we follow the road? Why, this is a misspelling again. It will be faster through the forest. There's a nice path there. It's dark there. Are you afraid? Not really. If you want to, okay. But can I? Without finishing, she grabbed onto my arm. Is it okay with you? Now, it was my turn to blush. Of course. We walked through the forest. It was hardly a forest though, more like a small grove between the camp and the pier. About 100 meters long. I would never think that there would be anything to be afraid of, even on my own. But it just seems like Lena's fear was contagious. The branches swayed over us. I shuddered and Lena clung to my arm even more strongly. Don't be afraid, it must be a squirrel. Squirrel! Yeah. We reached the pier. The night was really beautiful. I walked closer to the river and called Lena. Look, the pier, the boathouse and the moon were reflecting in the water. It looked like another world, with the surface of the water being the door to Wonderland. You could just jump and find yourself on the other side. May I have this dance? I extended my hand to her and bowed clumsily. Lena hesitated. I must have overdid it with my mannerism. There's nothing to fear, I'm no good at it either. Why either? She never said she couldn't dance, even though it was kind of obvious. I'm pretty sure she'd rather said that she could dance. I mean, did she not say that she liked that? But nobody asked her, okay. Lena gave me her hand. I let her I bit aside and gently put my arms around her waist. We stood like that for a few moments. And what's next? Well, I don't know. Do you remember that song? Barely, but I remember. Great, let's waltz like in the movies. How's that? Instead of answering her, I carefully started to move in a circle with Lena. See, not that hard at all. Yeah, we waltzed for several minutes, or whatever you could call it. I'm not sure though, because wasn't she supposed to teach the character to dance? Not the other way around. I felt her warmth, though we were not that close to each other. Her chest heaved heavily and her face started to blush more and more. Leda didn't look at me, averted her eyes from one side to another. I suddenly realized that I had never felt anything like this before. It was tenderness overtaking reality, as if I found myself in another better world. Layer after layer. I realized that I didn't want to let this girl go and that I would give up anything just to go on waltzing with her forever. I grasped Lena tighter and only then she did. She looked straight at me. There was surprise and confusing in her gaze, but no fear whatsoever. She wasn't afraid of me and didn't push me away. And you said you can't dance. I really can't. I was confused. I didn't expect that reaction from her. Where has her confusing shyness and fear disappeared to? You too dance pretty well. I know. A playful smile crossed her face. Or maybe it just seemed so to me. Hey Joker, CCCP. No, I swear I saw it. Like, she's probably joking that this character cannot dance and that she knows he cannot dance. Obviously she can. How is that possible? The image of shy and modest Lena didn't fit together with this moment at all. What should I say? What should I do next? I could only keep on waltzing with her in this dance, which was getting stranger with every passing minute. Semyon, where are you? The voice came from the edge of the forest. The worst timing ever. Semyon. It was Olga Dmitrievna. She must have been worrying because I should have been back a long time ago. I should have guessed that tireless camp leader would start searching for a lost pioneer. I should have warned her beforehand. Oh, there is no point in thinking about it now. Lena looked at me questioningly. Being seen together would not be the best thing. Why? She says that. Why? Let's go and tell her that everything is alright. No, let's hide and return to the camp later. Her idea was strange. Everything was going so well. At least something was starting to work out. Or seemed like it did. Or what was that something? Okay then. I decided not to argue. It wasn't appropriate in such a situation. Olga Dmitrievna shouted for a while and left. Let's go. Yes. Lena didn't grab onto my arm on the way back. I was a little bit frustrated, but wasn't certain enough to take the first step. We kept silent again. It was not typical of Lena to start conversation, and I just didn't know what to say after everything that happened at the pier. She kept looking at the ground all the way back, keeping her usual expression. What a bizarre change. Or, to be more precise, what was bizarre was that smile on the pier and Lena's words. ... She stopped at the square. Well, I have to go. Okay. Thank you for today. Yes. Lena turned around and headed to our cabin and I kept standing where I was. What the hell was that? The dance, that sudden change in the mood, and then everything was back to normal. It was like I was embracing another Lena in a short moment. That's right, she wasn't herself. She seemed a completely different person. Maybe I don't know her well enough. I had a feeling before that Lena hides something under her mask of shyness. It takes much longer than 2 words to understand someone. Damn, what should I do? Maybe I was just seeing things. ... I walked to the leader's cabin. The whole camp was sleeping, so there was no one to see me. So what? What's wrong with a pioneer taking a walk at night? When I was almost at the door, I heard a noise behind me. The branches of the bush near the trees rustled as if someone moved there. There shouldn't be any wild animals around here. Someone must have been watching me. At that very moment, I rushed in the direction of the noise, forced myself through the bushes and looked around. It was too dark to see anything anymore. There was no point in going on. Even if someone was watching me, he must have been gone already. I went back to the cabin. The light inside was on. Looks like she is still awake. Semyon, where have you been? What do you mean, where? Me and Lena have been sorting medical supplies in the infirmary. I told you before that I would do that in the evening. Really? When was that? Took you long enough. I was in the infirmary about half an hour ago. It was closed and the lights were off. Well, we decided to have a little walk. I'm fretting about you while you're out having a walk. Well, sorry. I'll let you know beforehand next time. Please do. Go to bed, it's late. I can't help arguing with her. Oh, I can't help agreeing with her, that's more like it. It was, by any measure, a hard day. I was too tired to think about the evening's event, and I doubt I would have any decent thoughts. The main thing is that I have not a single idea how to react to all of this. To Lena, to the camp, to the whole world. I practically haven't spent even a minute on looking for answers. Moreover, I've been avoiding it as if the possible discovery scared me. And Lena, the time I spent with her was much more important than all of my attempts to return to the real world. I could worry myself for a long time trying to understand what I did wrong and what I didn't do at all, but exhaustion overcame me. Too tight to think. Day 4. Oh yes. Wait, I'm not moving the screen. I woke up with a hellish ringing inside my head. Okay, the alarm actually stopped. The ringing seemed to be coming from the depths of my consciousness. The room is shaken still, but after I came to my senses, I realized that the cause of this ringing is my alarm clock. Yay! Strange, where did it come from? Why is it standing near my bed? Okay, the room stopped shaking. It was 7:30 according to the clock. Olga Dmitrievna has already left, and there was nobody to force me to go to the lineup. Thus, I can sleep a bit more. Then, why is it ringing like 7:30? That's way too early. I closed my eyes, but it seems like my consciousness has already had its coffee. I was ready for a long, productive day. I need to get up. I should plan my day out after all. I need to at least find out something today. But still, nothing came to my head. Fine, I need to wake up completely and watch myself. Well, this person is up early. Like, maybe it's the camp's leader alarm and it just didn't turn off. Or it wasn't turned off because she was already awake before the alarm. On my way to wastelands. On my way to wash stands, I met Senya. What got you up so early? Anything wrong with being up early? She looked at me as if I had insulted her. Yeah, I did. No, nothing, just curious. None of your business. Senya isn't very sympathetic even when she's in a good mood, but today she looked furious. The cold water perked me up, the fog in my head dissipated, and my thoughts started arranging themselves. Curiously, I started to worry about finding a good place in the canteen more than about finding answers. I brushed my teeth and was going to leave when a quiet sound wafted past my ears. Well, it seems like this person, he's just starting to blend into this place, and I don't know, maybe he's just gonna get stuck. I brushed my teeth and was going to leave when a quiet sound wafted past my ears. Like, why is he even going here in to wash off? Like, what's... He even does things. It's probably a squirrel. Or another animal. I heard another sound, this time a bit farther. I walked 10 meters along the path searching for the source. Nobody, just a morning forest. I returned to the washstands and saw Miku, who was looking for something in the grass. Noticing me, she smiled and jumped up to me. Oh, hello, good morning. I accidentally scattered my tooth powder, just trying to gather it all back up. Dewy grass didn't seem to be helping matters. Are you sure that's a good idea? Well, why? What else can I do? I don't have any more. It was the last I had. She pouted like a child who had just had her favorite toy taken from her. Here, I'll give you mine. I dug into my bag. No tooth powder there. Strange. Didn't I just put it there? I walked away for just a minute and now it's gone. Miku's there. Yeah, it's like... Listen, it looks like I have forgotten it. I didn't want to tell her that it had gone missing. Knowing the sensitivity of this girl, it was safe to assume that vanishing household goods would impress her so much that her brain would reset itself in order to avoid overheating. Well, I'll be off. Yeah, cheers. Visit us. I mean, visit me in the music club. I'm still alone there, but Miku's voice faded in the freshness of the summer morning far behind me. Getting back to the leader's cabin, I took my cell phone and looked at the battery meter. Enough power for a day, maybe even less. Right? Of course it won't help me much in here, but still. Finding a charger in the 80s would mean inventing it. I was going to head for breakfast when somebody knocked the door. It was Lena. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. I was taken aback a bit. The events of the previous day were still fresh in my memory, but I didn't really want to speak about them. Just save game. Yay. You are probably looking for Olga Dmitrievna, aren't you? Well, no. I mean, yes. Lena was her usual self, shy and easily embarrassed. The dance and the pier now, it seemed no more than a dream. She's not here, I'm sorry. Oh, okay then. I'll go. Okay. When Lena left, I thought that I'd been too cold towards her, so I decided to be nicer on our next encounter. Still, regardless, the morning was shining and beautiful. The bright sun was shining over the space and time displaced pioneer Camp Sovyonok, warming its residents and filling them with energy to spend the day productively, or in my case, to waste it in futile efforts to find an explanation for everything happening here. There was an unusual large crowd near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that pioneers loved as much as the canteen, but why were they all crowded on the porch? I came closer to find out what was going on. It looked like the camp had gathered at the porch. There were all the familiar girls, Olga, Dmitrievna, and Electronic. Well, Electronic is obviously a girl as well. They were having a lively discussion. I drew closer. Semyon, have you seen Shurik today? No, what's the matter? We haven't been able to find him since early morning. Disappearing pioneers, well, that's nothing new. That's something new. But he was with you yesterday. She was talking to Electronic. Yes, he was. So you woke up this morning and he wasn't anywhere to be found. No. Why didn't you come to me immediately? Well, I thought that he got up earlier and went to wash up or something. Did he mention anything yesterday? Interjected Slavia. For example, that he was going somewhere, for instance. Shrek. Nope. What exactly is so horrifying about that? It's only 9 AM. He might have decided to go for a walk. Yes, you don't know Shurik. She looked over at me seriously. Well, no, I don't. But I don't see anything suspicious in this situation. Okay, let's stop panicking. We'll find him. How could he miss breakfast? Ilyana grinned. Exactly, time to eat anyway. The pioneers proceeded into the canteen. Yet again I had no choice where to fit in. Please, like what? Doesn't make sense. The canteen opened at like for everyone at the same time, and I was like right there, or the character was right there. But no. The only free place was at the table where Elisa and Eliana. Take a seat. She pointed at the chair next to her. I sat down. Weren't you gonna get your food? Good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Today's breakfast didn't look much different from yesterday's, but it looked more appetizing. Or maybe I was just very hungry. Or maybe I was eager to finish it off as soon as possible to avoid yet another Oliana prank. Wanna go to the beach with us today? When? Right after breakfast? Generally speaking, relaxing wasn't on my agenda today, but if I was going to spend my time thinking, why shouldn't I do it while getting a suntan? Sure, why not? Ah, cool. She smiled nicely. Yeah, this is genius. Like, this guy is a genius. He doesn't want to be pranked by this girl, so he doesn't want to eat his breakfast next to her. And then he wants to eat it as fast as possible. And then he wants to go with the beach. He wants to go with her to the beach. Like, yeah. She smiled nicely. I bet you're planning another prank. No, not at all. Liana waved her hands at me. She sure is. Elisa grinned. She's always like that. No way. I think she's right. Nobody believes me. Liana took her tray and dirty dishes and stood up. Enjoy your meal. She sat in such a way which left no doubt nothing good awaits me today at the beach. Yay. Pranks, bro. Me and Alyssa were left alone. Yeah, with everyone else at the canteen. You know, I guess I shouldn't go with you after all. Why is that? Well, I've got something to do. And what exactly would that be? She looked in my eyes and I couldn't even find an appropriate excuse. I don't even have a swimsuit. Try mine. You think it would fit me? Give it a try. I don't think it's worth the effort. Don't be a wimp. We'll find you some swimming trunks. Those words only added to my fear. Wait for me by the canteen, I'll be back soon. Okay. There's nothing wrong with waiting for her, is there? Finishing my breakfast, I left the building and sat on the stairs. Pioneers, all having their own business, hurried past me one by one. No one stopped by me. No one even looked in my direction. It seemed they didn't consider me a stranger, but exactly the opposite. Yet another teenager, their age, their comrade, they would say. You could say. I caught myself thinking that I had started to consider this camp and its inhabitant with not as much caution as I had on the first day. Well, that only makes sense. And indeed, Elisa was back in a couple of minutes. Ready? Ready for what? She gave me the trunks, though you hardly could call them trunks. They looked like pink boxers decorated with butterflies and flowers. Actually, they were boxers. I'm almost afraid to ask, but where did you get these? Too scared to put them on? Well, you know, I have not the slightest intention of doing so. I appreciated her joke, but wasn't going to make myself a laughingstock. Put them on, she said roughly. Why don't you try them on instead of me? I think that the color of this swimsuit would set off your eyes very nicely. Let's make a bet. I had no desire to accept her bet. No thanks. Alright, you either go to the beach wearing them or you swim naked. Weighing the pros and cons, even the second option seems better than the first. I'm not planning to go anyway at all. Then I'll tell everyone that you left these trunks in my cabin. Why would you do that? Why would I do that? How should I know? She burst into laughter. I didn't want to argue with Elisa, so I decided to go to the beach in the end. But not in those flamboyant trunks. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't be late. She ran off after saying that. I dragged my feet to the leader's cabin to get a towel and to hopefully find something like trunks. Olga Dmitrievna was waiting for me in the room. It's my boxers, yeah. The one with the butterflies. Semyon, did you hear anything about Zurich? Same as half an hour ago. I walked to my bed and took a towel. Are you going somewhere? Yes, to the beach. Wait, do you have swimming trunks? You came here without any luggage, as I recall. Strange, that fact didn't seem to surprise her during our first encounter. No? So what will you wear? Good question, what? I don't know. Wait a minute. She walked to the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer. In a moment she had a pair of normal black trunks. Where did she get those? More importantly, why? Someone from the previous session might have forgotten them. Considering all the strange things in the camp, it wasn't really surprising to find men's swimming trunks in Olga Dmitrievna's room. Thanks. The trunks were just my size. ... I don't know, I don't think so, Caleb. I mean, it takes me a lot of effort to read this, even when it doesn't seem like it. I got changed behind the cabin and went to the beach. A lot of pioneers had already gathered there, but I recognized only Elisa and Aliana. Come here. I walked over to them and sat on the sand. I see you found something better. But, like, I don't know. I have all these dumb games that I never play anyway, so... I don't see a reason why would you give me any game and expect me to play it. Yeah. Sorry. I would feel bad to not play it though. I see you found something better. She stared at my trunks and smirked. As you can see. Come on, let's swim. But I don't think How to Fool Boyfriend is like a super good game or a must play for me. Sorry. I don't want to. Maybe later. I was not a fan of swimming. Look. Okay, well, I guess he's a fan of getting a suntan as a nerd, so that makes sense. Suit yourself. The girls ran into the water and got nice and wet. Why did I come here? Why am I not looking for answers? Should I care about it now? Savionek seemed normal. Certainly a lot of strange things have happened to me during these 3.5 days, but not one of them taken separately seemed at all supernatural. You can find your love between the birds. Well, especially since I didn't get any closer to finding so much as a clue. Yeah, but no. Not really. Like, I had to go, boyfriend, please. On the contrary, everything that happened has only confused me more. Like, I don't know how long is that game even. Is it gonna take me more than 10 hours to play it? Because then it's like... it's way more than... Everything else that's happened has only confused me more. What alternatives do I have? I won't get any fruit. I won't get any trees from the local resident. Savionak is like a baby owl. That's the name of the camp. I won't get any truths from the local resident, though I doubt they even know it. Or if they even allow, or even would say anything like the truth. Should I try to leave this place, but how far can I walk considering that I don't even know where I am? It turns out that my only option is to wait. After some time the girls came back. Liliana held something in her hands. Look! I looked up and saw a crayfish. Just a normal crayfish. Liliana lay next to me and started to torment it. So it's like a crab. Nice ass though. Leave the poor animal alone. Why? It's just a crayfish. So what? It has a right to live too. I'll rip its claws off and ask the cook to boil it for dinner. As if we have nothing else to eat. I looked at Elisa. She seemed to be totally uninterested in Liliana's fun with the poor sea creature. Tell her. What's wrong? It's a crayfish. It deserves it. It looked like the girls missed their lessons on nature in primary school and lacked empathy for the environment. Give it. I snatched the crayfish from off Ileana. Suit yourself. I was a little surprised she didn't resist. I looked into the eyes of the poor animal. They didn't express anything at all, but I thought that if it could speak, it would certainly be outraged. Maybe it would even go to the UN Government of Human Rights. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure that would help. I took the crayfish to the river and set it free. You don't think so? What do you don't think so? Like it's less than 10 hours. Yeah, I don't think it's less than 10 hours. Never mind, I'll catch more. There are plenty of them in here, said Liliana. No doubt about it, I mumbled. Time passed and I was getting sleepy. I fell asleep. Yeah, that's a good idea. He should eat the crayfish. Well, I don't think there's an option to do that. Good idea to fall asleep on the beach though. That's good ways to get sunburned. I don't remember what I was dreaming about. If I was dreaming at all. But I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Olga Dimitrievna stood next to me. Did you come to swim too? I asked, still half asleep. No. It's almost time for lunch and we still can't find Shurik. The leader sat standing before me in a wet swimsuit. They're delicious, I guess. I haven't had those. The leader sat standing before me in his wet swimsuit and I want you to look for him. It seems like I'm the only pioneer in this entire camp. I was sincerely outraged. Every time it was getting clearer that Olga Dmitrievna considered me, her errand boy, to be used like a slave, or vice versa. If I came to you then, I want you to help me. I don't think I could easily sleep on the beach in the full sun. Nah. If I came to you, then I want you to help me. Why exactly me? However, after giving it some thought, I decided to agree. After all, my shoulder and back got sunburned while I was sleeping. Yeah, what a surprise. And searching for Shurik would let me get acquainted with unexplored locations of the camp. Who even says he's at the camp still? Yeah, okay. It was not exactly right to wander around wearing only swimming trunks, so I should get changed first. Dot dot dot. How can someone feel something besides uncomfortable in a beach? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. 10 minutes later, I stood outside Olga Dmitrievna's cabin and decided where to go. I mean, dude. If this is the camp, I mean, we're not the only person in the camp. Like, there's dozens of people. And if this is the camp's leader's house, or something. No, it's like, what is that? That's Miku. Like, if nobody has seen this person in the camp, then it's probably outside of the camp, but yeah, let's just go sneak up on the girls. But it's still a stupid idea. If Shurik was yeah. Of course, assuming he wants to be found, yeah. So I hardly think I can help them. Together with this thought, I entered the cabin and stretched myself on the bed. Nothing good will happen if Olga Dmitrievna find me here. Stop, enough. Am I just some trembling creature, or do I have rights? I didn't want to do anything anyway. The day was just as hot as the previous ones, and the only thing to do was to stay in bed and wait for lunch. I was just falling asleep when somebody knocked on the door. Come in. Slavia stood on the doorstep. Olga Dmitrievna isn't here, is she? No. And what are you doing? She asked without suspicion. I looked over myself lying on the bed and said, lying down. I can see that, but I heard Olga Dmitrievna asked you to find Shurik. Well, yes, and what's the point? I'm sure she already turned the whole camp upside down. Not much time has passed. Why should I panic? Or why should we panic? You know, stuff could happen. Slavia looked at me thoroughly. Get up. Do I have to? I was so worn out that even the thought of going somewhere triggered me, frightened me. Yes, you do. Slavia is not a person who I could ever say no to. Fine. I stood up reluctantly and went out of the cabin with her. We stood at the doorway for some time, relaxing in the beams of the summer sun. Though I was better frying. Because sunburn, I guess. Where shall we go? We have to look everywhere. Great idea, just great. The first stop on our route was the library. Slavia went to Xenia sitting at the table and spoke to her. I just stood in the doorway. I didn't want to communicate with this librarian any more than necessary. A few minutes later, Slavia came back to me. So, nothing. She shook her head. As expected, ... The canteen. We still had time before lunch started, so there was no usual crowd of pioneers. It was empty inside and outside of the building. While Slavia was talking to cooks, I was sitting and playing with the salt shaker. Some salt spilled out of the pot. Certainly, I would be worried if I was superstitious. Strangely enough, he wasn't here either. Well, isn't that obvious that he is not here? It would be unexpected if she had found him, for instance, in the refrigerator. I mean, this is... maybe this thing is just wrongly translated or something. Because that's just exact opposite. Like, if it's not... He wasn't here either. Okay, so he was not there. And that was strange. I don't think that's strange at all. It would be unexpected if she found him in like a refrigerator. But yeah, as well, doesn't matter refrigerator or not. It's exactly where we had lunch, so or breakfast. Yeah, ... Dot yourself. The next stop, according to our plan, was the infirmary. I decided to not go inside and wait outside for Slavia. He wasn't in the salt pot either. Yeah, no results. There were pioneers playing football in the sports ground. Well, we're just getting to see the entire camp and he's nowhere. It would be hard for Shurik to get lost among them. Finally we reached the clubhouse. I think he could be there. I think that's the first place people would have searched. Let's go in. Empty inside. Slavia opened the door and went into the next room. I followed her. Yeah, this is like something we haven't seen before yet. But it's just like, it looks like more like a storage room. And there's a VCR. I'm not sure what that is. It might be a lamp light. There's a tape, light bulb and stuff. This all seemed to be a stupid undertaking. This was strange, especially since because it was Slavia's idea. I mean, I understand the responsibilities and so on, but isn't it obvious that he isn't in the camp? After all, he isn't playing hide and seek with us, is he? No one here either. What did you expect? He'd be sitting in a closet? Well, it seems like I've offended her. Sorry, but seriously, I understand. But we have to check all possibilities. Okay, listen, what do you really think? About Shurik's disappearance? Yes. Maybe he went into the forest and has been caught by a forest spirit. Like Lel. He's not in the leech fields? She laughed at that. What a fabulous story. However, in this camp you never know. Yes, true that, but now isn't the time for jokes. Cheer up, we'll find him. I hope so. Slavia smiled. Well, I still have some things to do. See you later. She left, but I was standing there for some time staring at the cybernetics club's closet. ... Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he just straight up disappeared because it's not real life, it's just a dream. It's only a video game. However, I was so inspired by Slavy's actions that I decided to continue searching somewhere else. Wow, the dedication is real. Like, so many videotapes, like, I would watch all the videotapes. Oh, this is the... Oh, yeah, of course. This is the leader, the camp leader's cabinet. And that's me with the plastic or the paper bag on my head. Hey, Divisaurus. Yeah, there is probably like this. This little image right there is probably a red hat. I don't know if you can though. But yeah, apparently I have to stop, I have to continue the search in the boathouse, the bus stop, the forest. I mean, I don't really know why he disappeared. Like, there doesn't seem to be a good reason for him to just suddenly be gone. So maybe he is in the camp. Like, he doesn't seem like a guy that would just go outside to the forest or the bus stop. Let's just go to the boathouse. Maybe Shurik decided to pick up stones near the water. In the worst case, I'll find his corpse. Yeah, but I'm sure that won't end up that way. I was crossing the square when somebody called out to me. Wait. Alisa came up and smiled. I immediately sensed a trap. Where are you going? I'm searching for Shurik. Olga Dimitrievna asked me to. And how is it? Exciting? She looked intently into my eyes and I turned away awkwardly. Not really, but you know a pioneer is missing. Surely you're not freaking out over such a minor thing. What do you mean? Only a few hours have passed. Maybe he's just lost track of time while having a walk. Certainly, I'd had the same idea, but I wasn't telling her that. Yes, that's true, but who knows what could have happened. Not the forest? You just go to the forest already. Let me help you with it. What's... with what? I got suspicious. With looking for Shurik. Oh, but I can do it. Oh, come on. She smiled at me, but there was something malevolent. I don't know what this word means or how to pronounce it. Also, she's wearing this clothes again like this. So yeah, that's not how you do that. Actually, her smile was cute enough, but it really seemed to me like there was something behind it. Well, if you insist. Since I could not understand what's in her mind, I had no real reason to refuse. But before we go, I have to go get one thingy from home. Okay, I'll wait for you. You're actually serious about just standing here? Let's go. Okay. We approached Alisa's cabin. It would be just like all other cabins, if not for the Jolly Roger on the door. By the way, Ilyana is my roommate. Okay. We entered the cabin. The complete chaos inside really remembered me of my old flat. Though, why would I thought of it as old? In general, I would imagine a girl's room differently. Snow white sheets, walls, floor and ceiling shining, spotless. Malevolent is like sinister, evil. But when it you consider that the two most two most exemplary pioneers were living here. So yeah, what is this mess? I think this is fine. This is fine. We just stood silently for some time. And what did you need to get? Seems like I interrupted Elisa's thinking. Yeah. It's not here actually. Wait here, I'll be back in a minute. She smiled and ran out. Nice, Sue. She seems really flaky today. I began to examine the room. I couldn't say that there had been an explosion. It was just a decent mess. Well, at least by looking at all this mess created in one pioneer session, I can surely say that I am not the messiest person in the world. The decoration of my apartment took years to complete. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, but just looking around the room. Posters of Soviet artists, some books on the shelves, various household items. I'm not sure where you see the books, but sure. And then I realized that everything is wrong. Something will happen soon. Something bad. Why did Elisa leave me here all alone? There was something I had to discover. My gut told me that it's dangerous to stay here. Genius. I went to the door and tried to open it. While listening to some dank Soviet pop music. Hey Gavisfer, yeah I know right? Locked. Nice, that's exactly what I did not expect. What a surprise. How did she manage to quietly lock me in? Don't know what's on her mind, but I need to get out of here. I went to the window, opened it and climbed out. Now I can go and take care of business, or I chose the second option and waited. What? Katawa's rival. What is the reason she had me locked up? I wanted to know what was happening. Plus, I really wanted to see Elisa's face when she finds her room empty. I hid in the bushes next to the house and waited. Well, Watermelon Richard Advanced level 11. It's made by Russians, yeah. After some time I heard footsteps. Elisa and Olga Dmitrievna came to the house. You'll see everything for yourself. She opened the door and went in. A few seconds later, she ran back out. You know, Elisa's face looked as if she just won the mouse catching competition, but at the last moment found out that it's not a real Olympic sport. So she's been told that she needs to put her clothes on normally, so that happened. Oh, he just disappeared? Olga Dmitrievna asked skeptically. I did the right thing by closing the window after myself. Oh no. You know, I understand everything, Dvorchevskaya. You and your roommate. Every time the same thing. Haven't you had enough yet? But it's true. Really, one story after another. Semyon in your cabin, Semyon harassing you. Why do you keep lying? That's horrible. Alisa seemed really upset and, to my surprise, was not trying to argue. On the one hand, it was funny to look at, but on the other, felt a bit sorry for Dvorchevskaya. I wouldn't feel sorry at all, like if she was trying to... Yeah, she deserves it though. Our leader finally finished scolding her and left. Alisa was mad. She clenched her fist and trembled. Her face was flushed. It seemed to me that she was going to explode. I sat in the bushes and laughed quietly. Yeah. However, I was wondering what was on her mind, and I came out of my hiding place, not afraid of being beaten. So what exactly do you want to show to later? Me? Alisa turned and looked at me with disbelief. After a moment, surprise turned to anger. You! What about me? She calmed down a bit. Because you're a loser. And why is that? Because you're afraid to compete with me. When? When we played cards. What a serious reason, yeah. Maybe I should apologize to you. Well. She's gonna throw a Starmie at me? I don't think so. I asked sarcastically, "Screw you." She went into the house, slamming the door. I wasn't angry at Alisa in the end. I'd expect her to do something like this. Anyway, I got through it without consequences. I was never lucky. Her confusion and embarrassment just made my day. Chuckling, I left Alisa's cabin, which was about to become my death trap. ... This is why visual novels are great. Because you just get a black screen with ... and you're... You know, it makes all kinds of sense. It gives me so much information. I went for lunch with mixed feelings, with a sense of accomplishment and with a realization of time wasted. I mean, the best one is, yeah, that the best ... was like 3 times in a row. It's ridiculous. Triple ... like, come on. Did I save? I did save. Also, I'm not sure how long I should be doing this. I might just... I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if there's any stopping point. The canteen was crowded. I wouldn't say unnoticed. Olga Dermitovna. I couldn't go unnoticed. Olga Dermitovna called me. Semyon, come with us. The camp's leader, Slavia, and Electronic were sitting at the 4-seat table. I nodded and went to get my food. This time I had to spend several minutes in the queue. Today's menu didn't really differ from the other days' menus. The dishes looked the same at least. When I sat at the table and wished bon appetit, that's not how you write it still. Like, why did they add this dash in the middle now? Olga Dmitrievna said, "So, what are you thinking? About what?" We searched for Shurik all around. It's noon and he's nowhere to be found. I took a note of the rhyme, but didn't want to point it out. We looked all over the camp. I went all around the neighboring forest. Olga Dmitrievna looked at me, and I helped too. We must call the police. Maybe we should wait until the evening. I asked lazily. Maybe he went home. That can't be. Shurik lives thousands of miles away. By train. The nearest station. She paused. It's far off. Now, it was getting interesting. Every time the conversation reached the point concerning ways I could leave Savionik, all the camp inhabitants started changing the subject. How far is far? Really far. The camp leader looked at me, indicating that her expression that asking more questions was not advised. So we should go deeper into the forest. Maybe he got lost. Shurik always takes a compass. Chimed in electronic. He fall in the well? Is there even a well? I wonder what else could be found in his magic fest, assuming he was alone. Also, I'm not sure why is this girl, like, she was awake early tomorrow, like this morning, and then, yeah, blah blah. If I were to get lost in the forest, the compass would be of no use. Police. We should call the police in the evening. Not right now, at least. Okay, so you'll do it later. They all went silent. We should be able to find him before evening. We still have time. The dude is dead. Who cares? Yeah, I don't know. If he actually got lost, we have no time to lose. We cannot be sure. Then where is he? Where? There was some truth in the camp leader's words. Hiding the whole day, just like that, is suspicious. Why would he do that? Shurik seemed to me to be quite a serious pioneer. Alyana would have been a better fit for this behavior. Yeah, rip Shurik. So there is good reasons to believe that he was gone. All that can be done has already been done. We'll just have to wait. Slavia Electronic and Olga Dmitrievna looked at me sorrowfully, but didn't say a word. ... Baba Jaga got him, maybe. I finished my lunch, took the tray back and left the canteen. It's still the first half of the day. What now? The camp was drifting off for an afternoon nap. Yeah, because people obviously... Everyone in this camp takes afternoon naps. Only Jenna stared at me through his glasses. Of course he was standing somewhere else. Of course he was staring somewhere else. But I had the feeling that he was constantly watching me. I bet he knew where Shurik is hiding. He just can't say anything. The disappearance of the Cybernetics Club's leader made me think. Maybe it's got something to do with my case. Oh, Pioneer. The nurse stood in front of me. I looked at her curiously. Go and take my place in the inventory. Infirmary? Have an urgent call. Somebody is injured. Me? Yes, you. Take the keys. The nurse threw me the keys and ran away. Why me? Isn't there anyone else in the camp? What exactly should I be doing? What if something happens? Oh, what do I do now? I missed my chance to refuse. I stood in front of the door certainly. On the one hand, there is nothing to worry about. I'll spend half an hour or so here and she'll be back. But what if someone comes for actual help? With a broken leg or a head injury, I begin to worry too much. I hope that there is no injuries more serious than bruises and scratches in this camp. But at the same time, I could not shake the idea that in a serious situation I would be absolutely useless. I don't know. I don't even know how to perform CPR. Yeah. A magazine on the nurse's table. A nurse's table caught my attention. Well, I don't know how to perform CPR either. Whatever. I don't like it when the clock is ticking here, it's kind of annoying. Plus, this looks like a very interesting, a good way to relax, I guess. This is labeled Soviet fashion. The publication date or month were absent. However, this was not a surprise. There were much stranger things happening here. I didn't know much about Soviet magazines. Maybe they actually didn't have publication dates on them. Models dressed in old-fashioned clothes stared at me from the glossy pages. Alright, Virgil, see ya. I might just stop soon as well because I'm getting a bit tired. Nowadays nobody would wear such clothes. I smirked. I wonder if Slavia, for example, considered this fashionable. I can only imagine what would happen if she appeared in my time wearing something like that. Imagine we are walking in hand. I'm wearing my coat with the hood and she is dressed in a lavish dress covered with lace and things. Seems like I'm already imagining Slavia in my world with me and not only Slavia. This dress better suits Oliana. This cute sarafan would look good on Alyssa. This skirt and cardigan would look nice on Lena. If only they would be real. No, I saw them, heard them, could even touch them, but still they are here and I simply don't belong in this place. It's alien to me. I'm just waiting for a chance to get out of here. Waiting because nothing is up to me anymore. I sighed, put my head on the table and fell asleep. ... I was awoken by the noise of the door opening. Lena stood at the door. The nurse isn't here? Then I'll come back later. I'm substituting for her. Since I'm responsible for pioneers' lives, I should do it with full responsibility. Although in fact, I was just afraid of something bad happening because of me. Any health complaints? I tried to give Lena the most professional smile I could in order not to confuse her. Nothing special, just a little headache. Let's do this. Some painkillers maybe? Of course I wasn't aware where to find the required medicine, so it took me a while to find them. Finally, I handed the metamizole tablet to Lena. Thanks, she smiled. It was completely unexpected and I lost touch with reality staring at her. What? Lena turned awkward in an instant. Listen, I've been wondering, do you like this? Don't know what got into me, but I grabbed the magazine from the table and showed her the picture of a skirt and a cardigan, which would really suit Lena in my opinion. Give her the morphine. Maybe I went completely nuts thinking about all the girls being in my world. Or maybe I wanted to distract myself instead of just waiting for the nurse to come back. Then I looked at the picture. Yes, I guess. Is stuff like this in fashion? I guess. She got confused and started blushing. Why do you ask? Really, why? Alright, we got two options there. Just asking or... I think you'll look gorgeous in it. Thank you. It's alright, I'm just being completely honest. We were quiet for some time. How is your headache? Much better, thank you. She smiled. I'll be off. Good luck. Then I went out and I continued to look through the magazine. ... After a while somebody knocked at the door again. Seems that the infirmary is the most popular place to go. How would you say that? He doesn't go anywhere else. Suddenly I decided to roleplay a nurse. Great. It's pretty sure the canteen is a more popular place to go. Just a male version, and said, "Come in." The door opened and Eliana entered the room. Whoa, did I miss the moment when you decided to start knocking? Anything wrong with me knocking? She frowned. Where does it hurt? Why on earth would I tell you? Where is the nurse? Right in front of you. I imposingly crossed my legs and looked questioningly at her. I'd better go. It'll be better to die than be treated by you. She smiled mischievously. You didn't even let me try. Liana thought for a moment. Though, you could give me some pill. What's bothering you? It took her some time to reply. A heavy stomach. Sure, it's not an empty head. I muttered under my breath. Someone, please. Yeah, drug the girls up. What did you say? Nothing, give me a second. I found the pills in the first drawer I opened. Thank you, doctor. She smiled tearfully. Watching Eliana, I could not imagine how such an optimistic and active child could have any health problems. So maybe she doesn't. Just overdose of stolen candies. Got food poisoning from the canteen. I guess overdose of stolen candies. She gave me a baleful look. No, I left everything for you. Eliana ran out of the infirmary and slammed the door. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. ... Again I went back to studying Soviet fashion trends. Time passed, but the nurse was still absent. Like, I'm not sure what... You probably didn't do any good there. Trying to stand in, but yeah, what can you do? I wasn't searching for Shurik. Wasn't looking for any clues concerning my situation. I was just sitting and flipping through a magazine. Just for a moment I felt quite satisfied with the situation. So far, everything that has happened here could be seen as just a trip to a summer camp, and if nothing changes anytime soon, then I can start worrying. Again, somebody knocked on the door. Did I miss the outbreak of an epidemic? Slavia was standing at the doorway. Oh hi, isn't the nurse here? Hi, no, she's not here. I'm taking over for today. Great. I'd like... She hesitated. What? By the way, Semyon, Slavia said and looked intensely at me. What? It seemed like I lost my keys. Have you seen them anywhere? Sure I have. Yes, here, I found them near the canteen yesterday. I wanted to return them to you, but forgot about it. I was really bad at lying. My cheeks were red, my eyes were wandering around, and hands were constantly shaken. Here. I was already preparing myself for an appropriate scolding, but Slavia only took the keys and said, thanks. So, what have you come for? I really needed to change the subject. Does anything hurt? No, it's nothing. Strange. Wouldn't even think that such an open person as Slavia would keep something quiet. If there's something bothering you, tell me. That's why I'm here, to treat people. I smiled widely. No. I mean yes, but no. Hearing that made anything possible, even the vision by zero. So, how can I help you? You? I can't. I guess you can't. She smiled and was going to leave, but suddenly stopped. However, could you step out for a minute? Why not? Okay. I stepped out of the infirmary and leaned against the wall. I wonder what might she be doing, something that I can't even see. After a minute the door opened and Flavia came out. She was carrying a small bundle. Let's just ask about the bundle, I guess. What is it? Nothing. She blushed. Thank you. You're welcome. Flavia ran away. Seems like I shouldn't have asked. Just whatever. ... Humble bundle. I looked at the time. It was getting late. I'd read the magazine backwards and forwards, but the nurse still wasn't there. Suddenly the door opened and Elisa rushed inside. She looked at me piercingly. What are you doing here? Sitting. I admitted honestly. Okay then. It's even better without the nurse. She murmured. Are you sick? I asked acidly. Elisa didn't answer and came closer to me. Come over, why? So I can open a drawer, isn't that obvious? What for? She got angry. None of your business. Well, I'm kinda in charge here. She gave it a moment's thought, then gave me some activated carbon. Stomachache? Yeah. She grinned sharply. I got the feeling there was something wrong here. I mean, we can just give her all the drugs, I don't care. I don't care. But you never know. Where she really has an ache. Okay. I reached into the drawer and got out a packet of activated carbon. Thanks. She wrested it from my hand. and ran away. That's fine though, like dot dot dot. It was 15 minutes till dinner and the nurse still wasn't back. I guess just leave the place like this won't do. She asked me to look after it after all. And who knows what might happen if I leave. Though who would want to steal anything from here? Except for Elisa stealing activated carbon. I opened the magazine again and began flipping through it for the nth time. She uses it for heroin, I don't care. I honestly don't care. The fashions of the 80s weren't that fun anymore. Yawning got me several times. It was already 6 o'clock, so dinner has already started. Of course, I had to be on the watch till the end. But my stomach seemed to have its own opinion on the matter. I stood up and steadily headed to the exit. A rustling sound came from behind the door. Could it be someone else who got poisoned, broke his arm, or something even worse? I sighed heavily and pulled the doorknob. However, there was no one out there. Seems it was just my imagination. I returned inside and instantly noticed that something had changed in the infirmary. To be precise, an apple had appeared on the table. But where from? Fruits can't just materialize from thin air by themselves, can they? Though in this camp anything is possible. Chances are someone just brought it here. Maybe Elena wanted to thank me, given that she's all shy and... But wait, how would she just slip past me like that? Then I couldn't climb through the window after all. Wouldn't. So there must be something else. I was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. What if the apple is poison? Though, why would someone complicate things when I'm here totally helpless and can be killed way more easily? Or it might be an apple. The apple which Eve tasted in the Garden of Eden. Well, yeah. In that case, I certainly shouldn't eat it. Why though? Why? The same second my stomach reminded me it was there by rumbling treacherously. However, I would take time to close the infirmary to reach a canteen to get food. My stomach is about to eat itself. There is nothing wrong, I guess. Once again, I tried to remember if this apple was here before. In the end, it must have appeared from somewhere. Maybe it got here through the window. The shutter was slightly open. So someone must have reached in and put it there. Nothing serious, however. Eat the apple or don't eat the apple. I honestly don't care, I would eat it. Or not. Yeah, just eat it. I mean, YOLO. We'll just eat the apple. Finally hunger prevailed and I started chewing on the ripe green apple with gusto. Its taste seemed normal, though I don't think that even the strongest poison can be tasted. I'm pretty sure the strongest poison can be tasted. Although, you might just pass out right away. But it's too late to think about that, yeah. It was time to go for dinner. Didn't you just had the apple? Whatever, dude. Along the way I ran into Electronic. How's it going? Did you find Shurik? No, still no sign of him. Don't worry, we'll find him. I tried to cheer him up. Too much time has passed. I'll just keep on searching. What about dinner? No, finding Shurik is more important, he muttered thoughtfully. I left him at the crossroad and wished him good luck. Pioneers crowded at the doorway. I quickened my pace, trying not to be the last one in the line, at least for today. And I was lucky, in the far corner was an obsolete empty table. Really, now he's late for dinner and he just still has an empty table, yeah. I took my dinner quickly and sat at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of fruit soup and a pair of buns. This set surprised me at first, but the taste was actually nice. I concentrated on eating. Miku, Lena, let's go here. Look, 3-3 siege. Lena and Miku stood in front of me. Are these taken? Wondered Lena. No, take a seat. Of course I wish she were alone. Thank you. As soon as Lena said that, and Shania jumped out from behind her back. I'll sit here. There are no places left. She said, putting her tray on the table and sitting down, not even waiting for my answer. Sure, make yourself at home, I muttered sorrowfully. Sorrowfully? What? Nothing. To tell the truth, I wanted to reduce the whole company to just Lena, though neither Miku nor Xenia were causing much trouble, except one was too talkative and the other was too arrogant. But nevertheless, they were absolutely harmless, especially comparing to some others I could name. Oh, seems like I forgot my key. Don't worry, take mine. I was surprised by Miku's short reply. Do you live together? Of course, didn't you know? Together, our cabin is the rearmost. I mean, the farthest from here. I mean, the last one. Wouldn't have been surprised if someone told me that Lena lived with Slavia. Or with Xenia at worst. Even Electronic. But that would be surprising because he's a dude. But silently and shy Lena and excessively talkative Miku as a pair. That's really a surprise. Did you find Shurik? It's strange that Xenia is disturbed by someone's problems. No. Surely he's at the village buying cigarettes. Or vodka. She snorted. Village? At that moment the conversation got much more interesting. Electronic is a dude, yeah, I don't know. Got a problem with villages? Xenia looked ahead. You mean there's a village nearby? I think so, she said uncertainly. I looked at Lena and Miku, but they were very busy with their meals and did not pay attention to our conversation. You mean you don't know how? You don't know exactly? Why should I care? Xenia stared at her dish. But there must be a back door somewhere. There must be something nearby. Listen. Listening. I don't know. Will you let me eat? Seems like I won't get anything from her. Though, there is a chance that she really doesn't know. The remaining time was spent listening to Miku talking about some nonsense. I was just going slowly, mad in silence. Obviously, the first thing I did after getting out after that was inhale a great breath of fresh air. The sun was setting. I decided to take a walk. I missed Kappa Pride completely. What? That he's gay. Whatever. I mean, nobody would care. The camp... There's just like one older girl, which is kind of the camp leader. She would probably not even give a crap about that stuff. Or even think about it. That's just unthinkable. It's highly unlikely that I will find anything more exciting to do for the rest of the evening. That way, something interesting could arise quite unexpectedly. I was approaching the square when I heard a loud bang. It seemed like something had exploded. I was paralyzed. I am in a hostile environment, not knowing the rules and laws of this place. It would be better for me to run, but at the same time I was curious. Probably I would have just kept standing there, but somebody grabbed my hand. It was Olga Dimitrievna. Why are you standing there? Let's go and see what happened. Can't you ever manage without me? I begged her pitifully. Shouldn't be anything serious, I hope. When I came to the square, there was already a crowd of pioneers. Olga Dimitrievna vigorously pushed through the crowd and approached the crime scene. Obviously, someone tried to blow up Genda, but the attackers failed. The monument was still standing upright. There were only dim ash traces on the pedestal. Well, who did this? She looked over the crowd of pioneers. Surely it wasn't done by an organized terrorist organization. These guys all came here just to look at what happened. I noticed Ilyana and Alisa in the crowd, and it looks like our camp leader noticed them too. You two, come here. They approached reluctantly. Why always me? If you think so. Show me your hands, Dvorchevskaya. What's wrong with them? I looked closer and saw that they were smeared with black. Now it's clear. What did you make a bomb with? The junior terrorist seemed to hesitate over whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. Activated carbon, saltpaper and sulfur. Why exactly the monument? What did this honored man ever do to you? The fighter for the rights of... Besides, he gave me activated carbon. She pointed at me with her finger. The whole square stared at me. Thoughts about the pointlessness of this act due to the small bomb size left me at that very moment. She stole it. I did nothing. Even if he gave it to you, I'm sure that Semyon would never take part in such disgusting anti-social act. I guess it was the carbon, but whatever, dude. Yes, exactly. I agreed. ... I could hardly imagine how long she would have kept on scolding Alisa if Electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment shouting, I found it! Everyone turned toward him. He held up a boot in his hand. Here. Electronic boastfully shook it over his head. It's Shurik's boot. Okay, calm down. Tell us in detail where you found it. In the forest, on the way to the old camp. Whispers ran among the pioneers. Old camp? The old camp? Are you sure? Absolutely. What's so special about this old camp? I joined in the conversation. It's nothing special, really. She stammered. One of the Sub-Yonex legends tells the story of a young camp leader. Ghost living there. She fell in love with a pioneer, but he rejected her and so she killed herself. She committed harakiri with a kitchen knife. The next day that boy was hit by a bus. Eliana ran out of the crowd. Bus. I refrained from asking about the route number. But science doesn't acknowledge the existence of ghosts, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Aha, somebody should go there. Suddenly the crowd started to thin out. Oh good, they made it now. It's always night. It's almost night, maybe tomorrow. I turned around and saw Slavia and Lena. What if at night? What if at night something happens to him? No, today, right now. By the way, where is this place? Electronic roughly describes to me the directions and told me the story. I guess I asked that. The story of the old camp. Camp leader looked at me attentively. If you think that you're the only man here. I looked around the area. Of course, Electronic was quick to flee. I still didn't want to walk in the woods alone. If you ask me, I would. Electronic isn't the dude. No, he isn't. I mean, you want to go with anyone? I mean, I'm not going alone. I don't care. Although, I think either of these two. I'll take the young girl. Okay, we'll just go with Ilyana. Seems that her thirst for adventures has its limits too. Am I going there alone? Olga Dmitrievna looked thoughtfully. Perhaps you're right. We'll go together tomorrow morning. Rip. I stood in silence for some time, then disappeared around the camp. Yeah, this is a mistake. We should have asked Lena. She would have never said no. Everybody seemingly forgot about Elisa and her terrorist act, maybe due to the minor damage it caused. Together with the camp leader, I went toward our cabin. I tried to think of why Shurik would go to the old camp. He is interested in robots and cybernetics, not scary stories and ghosts. What does that boot have to do with that? I remember how I decided to wait until something extraordinary would happen. And then I realized this is it. Olga Dmitrievna, I think I'll take a walk before bed. Just not a long one. Okay. When I reached the square, I understood that hanging around in the forest or some other strange place may not be that scary, but doing so in the dark, I didn't want to return to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, but I had to find a flashlight. For instance, there was one in the infirmary. I was glad I didn't spend my whole time there reading the fashion magazine. ... Flashlight was found quickly, and in a few minutes I was again standing at the square, pulling myself together. I just had to make the final decisions before I entered the forest. Moving past the pioneers' cabins, down the forest path towards the abandoned camp, I set forth. Electronic told me that the old building was built immediately after the war. It looked like a kindergarten, or like a barracks I expected, and definitely could hold fewer pioneers than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. ... It was now totally dark. The forest looked totally different at night. Mysterious shadows were hiding behind the trees, strange rustlings and the cries of night birds coming from everywhere, branches treacherously snapping under my feet. The full moon was shining, so I decided to save the battery in the flashlight. I'm sure I will need it sometime soon. The further I moved, the more unpleasant thoughts came into my mind, into my head. I wasn't afraid of the dark at all. I didn't believe in ghosts or other mystical crap, but at the same time, during the last few days, I'd encountered so many incomprehensible phenomena that, against my own will, I started to read between the lines of the simplest things. Obviously, I felt exceptionally uneasy in the forest at night. Everywhere I looked, every shadow, every tree or bush looked like weird creatures escaping straight from horror movies or from Stephen King novels. A branch seemed to be someone's hand, eager to grab your shoulder, a fallen log, someone's dead body, someone who failed to get out of the forest. In every gully, I saw a bottomless abyss. If I had found myself in this forest under any other circumstances without all these bushes and pioneer camps, of course, I would still feel uncomfortable, but then I would be able to explain everything with logic and be afraid of nothing except for owls and mice, of course. But at that moment, there were more than enough reasons to fear. Despite all this, I reached the old camp without any adventures. ... In a little glare surrounded by trees stood a house resembling a kindergarten. Paint peeled off the walls. Almost all the windows were broken. Broken masonry here and there, holes in the roof that looked like those made by bombing. It doesn't look like that, come on. In front of the building was a little garden surrounded by a rusty fence. Apparently once it was a playground for the merry-go-round, swing, glides and other Soviet attractions. But time is cruel, all of them were broken and mutilated by corrosion. The grass was so tall that it almost came up to your waist. When sex already? I have no idea. The moon looked out from behind the clouds and illuminated the whole camp, the old camp. It seemed like everything came back to life. Windows shone with new glass and wall looked like they'd been painted with fresh paint. I hear playful laughter, saw translucent children joyfully running and frolicking in the yard. A strict camp leader on the threshold, holding a basket with the ripe apples in her hand. The old cleaning lady taking a nap in the shade. It sent chills down my spine, of course my imagination. just playing tricks, but the old camp itself was so similar to all the post-apocalyptic pictures I had seen that the visions were no surprise. I stood undecided for a long time before I dared to go further. After all, I'm here to find Shuri, though I still don't get what he might be doing here. If he even is here, a boot somewhere nearby doesn't mean anything. However, if he was not eaten by wolves, for some reason it seemed like there were no wolves in this forest. This must be the only place where he might be hiding. I carefully crossed the yard, pushed the tall grass apart and trying not to bump into the jagged piece of metal. But I stopped in a doorway, hesitating. An impenetrable, heavy darkness stared back at me from inside. Even the bright moonlight could not illuminate any object, or even highlight a silhouette. My head was filled up with different thoughts that all said that it's better for me to not go any further and run away quickly. But I pulled myself together, turned on the flashlight and stepped over the threshold. Inside, the building looked like a typical kindergarten. I still remember my childhood day, and so everything here looked very familiar. Sleeping room with lines of beds standing close to each other, a large playroom, toilets, a dining room, and utility rooms. Signs of the past children's joys were seen everywhere. From time to time, the flashlight drew my attention to a decaying doll, or a plastic toy car, or a punctuated rubber ball, or a broken rank of tin soldiers. Why am I not playing a scary game? I don't know. There was a book on the table, faded with age. I flipped through a few pages. It was a story I had read long time ago, back in my childhood. Something about the war. Enemies destroying the kindergarten and all of its kids hid in the little basement together with a bunch of adults, while bombs were exploding up on the surface. I don't remember the end of the story, but as far as I remember, nobody died. Looking at the illustrations, all the emotions, fear, sadness, and sympathy for the poor children, and the sense of hopelessness which I had experienced while reading this book came over me. It's strange that under exact these circumstances right here and now that I found this book. Probably there is somebody who manages this ongoing story, who writes the scenario for this absurd play, who sues customs for the local pioneers and creates sets like this abandoned camp. To tell the truth, he is very talented. Attention is paid to even the most minor of details. Although this place was abandoned long time ago, everything here seems to be untouched. Of course, time didn't spare this camp. In so many years, it had often been visited by the locals. A perfect place for young people just hitting puberty. They could drink alcohol and indulge in amorous pleasures, or simply burn everything down just for fun. Electronic mentioned this place is full of legends of ghosts and devils living here. Take for example the story about the camp leader who committed suicide. In my world, nobody would it believe that this could stop somebody, but in this reality anything is possible. Certainly the camp didn't disappear, but I decided that since I'd come here, I was going to carry on to the end. Why can't it just end The building was small, so it wasn't difficult to search it completely, but I didn't find any sign of Zurich. Maybe I should just call out for him. But on the other hand, maybe that's not such a good idea. Frustrated, I sat on a bench in the lobby and sighed. "Ghost, where are you?" I asked. "The camp?" And all of a sudden I noticed a strange depression in the corner, a small trapdoor. An adult would barely be able to squeeze through it, and it seemed to me that it had been recently opened, as the dust was cleared around it. And so here's the part where I need to be scared. So Shurik went somewhere. What might be lurking beneath the trapdoor? A basement? What would he be doing there? I pulled open the hatch and pointed the flashlight into the darkness. There was a ladder going down a couple meters, ending in a concrete floor. There was a low, narrow corridor, disappearing in the darkness. I hesitated for a long time. On the one hand, I had absolutely no desire to go down there. On the other hand, if Shurik was really there, I swore loudly and began to descend. Downstairs it was so dark that even the flashlight didn't help much. A low ceiling, wires extending along the walls, broken lamps clad in iron bars. I've all seen it all somewhere. I slowly started to move deeper into the dungeon. The path went down, and after a few dozen meters ended at the stairway with high steps. Soon I found myself in front of a massive metal door. There was a sign painted on it. I looked closely and realized that it was a biohazard sign. No wonder, if the old camp was built after the war and it lasted until the 70s, so it's an ordinary bomb shelter and there is nothing to be afraid of. However, those thoughts made me even more scared. I made a decision and opened the door, which immediately shut with a sharp sound as soon as I stepped through the doorway. I shuddered strongly, my hand began to tremble and my vision dimmed. I regained consciousness after a few seconds, and only then did I realize that apparently a strong spring was attached to the door. I found myself in quite a spacious room. In the beam of the flashlight I could see a bunk bed, some cabinets along the wall, and several devices of unknown purpose located in the far corner. It seemed that this bomb shelter has never been used. Nobody ever came here. The beds were made, which is strange in itself. I carefully looked around the room several times. The cabinets were filled with gas masks, chemical protective suits, dry ration, various domestic odds and ends. Thanks for the host, Bara, but I'm not sure how long I'll be going. The devices which I at first could determine the purpose of were gauges of radiation, air pressure, and temperature. How you doing, Bara? In short, it was a typical bomb shelter. I'd never been in such a place before, but it was how I'd imagined it, of course, because it's all a dream. The only thing that remained unexplored was the door at the other end of the room. I pulled the handle, but the door remained closed. If someone recently came here and he wasn't found in this room, then it would be logical to assume that he is behind this door. I called out in whisper, "Shurik?" No reply. Maybe he locked himself out. But why? It was unclear what I should do next. Wow. Are you gonna eat frozen pizza? Like every day? Perhaps it would be smarter to come back tomorrow with help, but for some reason I had the feeling that behind this door I could find answers that I can't wait to be found. I walked across the room and took a crowbar from the corner. I wedged it under the bottom of the door and tried to rip it from its hinges. You're making pizza for yourself? That's good. Oddly enough, after a while I just did that. Fortunately it wasn't as massive as the previous door. Boom. The door gave out and slammed onto the floor. I took a deep breath and pointed the flashlight down the passage. A corridor vanished in the darkness, the same as the one on which brought me here. ... Is this Fallout 4 DLC? Maybe? The walls were closing in, my head almost touched the ceiling, but I could not make out the end of the corridor. I walked carefully, looked at the ground. This was the reason what I did not fall into the pit. The hole was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and there was earth at the bottom of it instead of concrete. It seemed that the hole was caused by an explosion. It wasn't too deep. I could easily climb out later. After I jumped into the hole, I found myself in something that resembled an old mine. The walls and the ceiling were reinforced with wooden beams. I mean, I wouldn't be too sad about this. Or would I? Like, I think I was locked in there by the door, I'm not sure. But then again, why would you make a door that only closes from the outside? It's not a good biohazard room. The tunnel was so long that my flashlight was insufficient. ... A few minutes later I found myself at a crossroads. It's too dangerous to go any further if I would get lost. I decided that it would be a good idea to somehow mark the place from which I would begin my journey into the labyrinth. So I picked up a stone and made quite a big notch on the wall. So, go left or go right? I mean, it doesn't matter. Why am I alone? I don't know. She didn't want to come, Salon. I made a mistake. Like, I should have just asked Lena. It does matter, yeah. Oh, which shot I'd pick, yeah. I mean, we cannot know what the consequences is of either of those. Like, that's the thing with the visual novels. Like, just no. You cannot know. You go left or right. Like, just go right. It seems that there's another fork in the road. Let's go left this time. Seems there's another fork in the road. Let's go right this time. There's another fork in the road. Let's go left this time. Let's go right this time. Go left this time. Around one last turn, a door appeared from the darkness. I opened it and went inside a small room. Nobody is here except Shurik, who's at the corner. Shurik. He stared at me with eyes full of terror. Aha, don't go near me. Shurik, it's me, Semyon. I won't give up so easily. He grabbed a piece of reinforced bar from behind his back and started waving it around. Shurik, what's wrong with you? Calm down. First you bring me here, then you take me through this mine, and now you're pretending to be Semyon. He must have gone completely mad. Shurik, calm down. Nobody's pretending to be me. I'm me. I tried to talk as calmly as I could, but I was almost feeling more nervous than him. Semyon? He squinted. Is that really you? Yes. And now tell me what happened. How did you get here? Shurik recovered his breath and started to talk. I needed some ports for the robot, and I heard that there is a bomb shelter in the old camp. Yeah, and there could be some instruments here. So I got up in the morning and went. He stopped for a minute, trying to deal with the trembling in his hand. I found suitable parts, but then I read primal fear in his eyes. The voices, they told me to go there, to go here. I went down the mine, then they were telling me to go to the right, left, right, left, right, left. He started to laugh hysterically. But now, they won't get me. I'll stay sitting here. They won't find me here. He once again started to wave his pipe in the air. Shurik, there is no one here. I wasted quite a lot of time walking in the mine like you, but didn't hear any voices. He fixed his eye on me. Then you were with them. Shurik raced towards me. I was just barely able to dodge him. But the flashlight wasn't as lucky and took the full force of Shurik's blow. We found ourselves in complete darkness. Now, it was my turn to lose my mind. What have you done, you idiot? I lashed out with my hand in the direction where I expected Shurik to be, but to no avail. Now, we'll both die here. I got nothing but silence in return, and then a quiet, hysterical laugh. It's alright, that's fine. I know where the exit is, follow me. Follow you where? I can't see a damn thing. Follow my voice. I had no other choice. Here. Shurik's voice was heard from somewhere further on. How do you know where to go? I walked all over here. Then why didn't you leave? The voices. Quiet. They can hear us. In theory, I could believe that there are some supernatural forces here. In the Sovyono camp, they'd just be daily occurrence. But there was no reason to panic yet, though my hands were shaking non-stop. Here, I slowly followed his voice and I eventually lost track of time. We could have been roaming for a few minutes or a few hours. Finally, a dim light appeared in the distance. We're in here. We reached the wall. The way towards freedom was blocked by a lattice on the ceiling. I pulled myself up and recognized the square from the bits of landscape I could see. Lift me up. Shurik obediently followed my request. I started to hit the grating with my fist so hard that in just a few strikes my arms were all covered in blood. But in return the grating gave way and pushed open. A minute later we were out on the surface behind the monument of Genda. Mother Russia bleeds 40% off. Yeah. When I saw this grating before, I had no idea that there could be catacombs below it. They will come for you. I fell on the ground exhausted. Who? They will come. Said Shurik again and ran away. Dude. Why is he running away? Like, come on, I just found them. Stop it, game. I was so exhausted that I could not even be bothered thinking about some voices. Or recalling the forsaken camp or bomb shelter. Or the mine. Almost unconscious, I reached the camp's leader cabin. But I couldn't go to bed right away. But look who's here. Oh god, Dmitry. I started tiredly, attempting to cut the explanation to a minimum. You said you were going for a walk, but instead... And I was going to go and call the police, and... Olga Dimitrova, can I wait until tomorrow? I'm really tired. The camp leader eyed to me all over. Okay, fine. I was a bit surprised that she agreed so fast, but decided not to waste this opportunity and quickly turned the light off and darted into the covers. Like lel. I'm gonna stop here. I'm getting tired myself. Back. Yeah, I guess thanks for watching and stuff. So, like lel.